If I can get everyone's attention, please. Why don't we go ahead and get started if people can take their seats. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Floyd Vergara. I'm the Chief of the Industrial Strategies Division at the Air Resources Board. I'll be your facilitator for today. In case you're wondering if you're in the right room, I know I've walked into wrong rooms before. This is a joint symposium we are conducting with our sister transportation agencies, the California State Transportation Agency, or CalSTA, and the California Department of Transportation, or Caltrans. Today's symposium is one of a series of public forums soliciting stakeholder input on the key climate change strategy pillars that Governor Brown identified in his January 2015 inaugural address. Specifically, we are convening this symposium to hear from experts on ways to transform California's transportation system to achieve Governor Brown's goal of reducing the state's petroleum fuel use by up to 50% by 2030, while efficiently moving people and freight and meeting the state's public health, land use, and economic and environmental objectives. We are very fortunate in having lined up a number of experts in a variety of fields to provide valuable insight that will help inform the process we are undertaking to reach those goals. I'm excited to hear from these experts, but not only from the experts, but also from all of you stakeholders. After some brief introductory and framing remarks, we will move into the moderated panel sessions. In the morning, we have 3 panels covering sustainable freight, light and heavy duty vehicle technologies, and then clean fuels. We will then break for lunch. The afternoon session will focus on smart growth and transportation choices. A number of you have asked about comments and questions. We are, and in response to that, because the point of this symposium is to solicit input from all the stakeholders, we are providing a number of ways for you to ask questions or submit comments. First, if you have a question for one of the panelists, we ask that you jot down your question on one of the comment cards that were provided to you at the front table when you registered. Please raise your hand if you have a comment, and the cards will be collected by staff and given to the panel moderator for discussion during that panel session. You should have received a couple blank comment cards when you checked in, but if you did not or you need additional comment cards, we have staff available, and there are also cards in the back table. Please feel free to help yourself. Second, after the last speaker of the day, there will be an opportunity for an open mic discussion for anyone who wants to stay. You can ask questions and make comments at that time as well, and my staff and I will be working on the scoping plan process, which you'll hear a little bit more about in a few minutes. We'll be happy to hear your comments. Third, those of you who wish to submit written comments, this slide here shows the web link for submitting comments. We ask that you submit comments within 30 days by August 8th. Keep in mind, however, that if you can't get comments to us by that time, we will be, the symposia that this is part of is the start of a months-long process. So we would be happy to receive comments you have throughout that process. So this is not your only chance to provide comments. That scoping plan process will be discussed, as I noted earlier, in a few minutes. Please be aware that we are recording the symposium today, and the recording will be available on our website shortly after the symposium, along with any written comments submitted and the speaker slide decks to the extent speakers have slides. This symposium is also being streamed. So before we get into the rest of the program, I have a few housekeeping announcements I need to make. Drinking fountains and restrooms are out the back doors to the left. Food service is available in our cafeteria downstairs. You go down the stairs, and it's to the right across the lobby from the security guards. There's also many off-site options for lunch. We provided handouts in the tables before you came in with a map of the local restaurants. There's also, today we have a farmer's market with local food vendors across the street in the park, Cesar Chavez Park. As you might imagine, we also strongly encourage efforts in this building to recycle, so there are a number of recycling bins both inside this room and outside. And it goes without saying that California is in an extreme drought, so we would appreciate your efforts to conserve water. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room. Excuse me. If that happens, please take your valuables with you and do not use the elevators. While staff will endeavor to assist you to the nearest exit, you should also know that you may find an exit door by following the ceiling-mounted exit signs. Evacuees will exit down the stairways and possibly relocate to a site across the street. If you can't use stairs, you will be directed to a protected vestibule in a stairwell. Should you have to relocate out of the building, please obey all the traffic signals and exercise caution crossing the street. And with that, I'd like to start with our introductory speakers. I would ask Kate White, Richard Corey, and Ryan McCarthy to please come to the table here. So our first speaker today will be Kate White, who is the Deputy Secretary of Environmental Policy and Housing Coordination. She was appointed in the CalSTA agency. She was appointed by Governor Brown in September 2013. Prior to her appointment at the agency, Kate spent 2 decades in the sustainable development field, including as initiative officer at the San Francisco Foundation's Great Communities Collaborative, executive director of the Urban Land Institute, Bay Area District, founding executive director of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition, and founding co-director at City Car Share. Kate also worked for urban ecology and the National Low-Income Housing. Kate earned a bachelor's degree in political science at Oberlin College and Master of Public Administration degree from San Francisco State University. Please join me in welcoming Deputy Secretary Kate White.
Thank you. More than I even knew about myself. Thank you. Very pleased to be here this morning representing Secretary Brian Kelly, and we're very pleased to co-host the symposium today at the State Transportation Agency and Caltrans. We are longtime supporters, as you probably know, of cleaner vehicles, cleaner fuels, and very pleased to be partnering on the Sustainable Freight Strategy with the Air Resources Board, all of which will be covered this morning. And we sincerely appreciate ARB's really international leadership in spurring clean technology, expanding cleaner vehicles market, and we have I believe on the state level, a very good framework for getting us on track with GHG reductions and with petroleum reduction, which is of course the focus for today. We have SB 375, which requires our regions to meet particular GHG targets as well. But much more remains to be done. We hope everyone can stay for this afternoon. The panel that's posted above me here immediately after lunch is really focused on the third leg of the stool, of the rethinking transportation stool, if you will, really smart growth and transportation choices. And we know from the science that we really need all 3 legs to truly have a long-term sustainable transportation system and meet our climate goals. So our 1 o'clock panel is going to explore some new ideas for reducing petroleum. It's a very exciting time for innovation in transportation in California and the world, really, in large part driven, so to speak, by the millennials, who are increasing the market demand for walkable urban places, and they'd much rather be, Snapchatting their friends than driving, apparently. And you're not supposed to do both at the same time, as we know. So this new generation is really, we're seeing a transformation of places like, and you'll hear from one of the key community leader this afternoon, in Los Angeles, where we're really seeing the reinvention of places like sprawling Los Angeles around transit-centered neighborhoods. According to the Caltrans household travel survey, we've actually seen a doubling of walking, biking, and transit trips over the last decade in California. And we're seeing also an unprecedented level of state and local investments in transit, connecting our community and enhancing access to opportunities for all. So part of the goal here today is really to bring together some of the ARB long-time tracking metrics around GHG and other air pollutants with conventional transportation metrics, and how do we need to update and modernize our transportation metrics to meet our environmental goals. And there's lots of opportunities coming up. Here today is one big opportunity, but we also, with our local partners, are working on GHG reductions and petroleum reduction targets in a number of other venues, and I just wanted to mention those to you. A lot of you are probably aware of them, but I just wanted to make sure you knew about these opportunities that are really happening right now at the state level and local level. So we have a new Caltrans 5-year strategic management plan. It is public, it's on the website, Caltrans Strategic Management Plan 2015. It looks forward 5 years, and there's some very aggressive goals in that plan, including bringing our current roads and bridges to better state of good repair, reducing vehicle miles traveled by 15% per capita by 2020, doubling transit walking, and tripling bicycle trips by 2020. These are very aggressive goals, but we are out public with this is where we're going as a state. We have the high-speed rail business plan, which is updated every few years, goes to the legislature. And the last plan, high-speed rail business plan, was very focused on connectivity, seamless connections with investments in regional and local rail and transit systems. We also have now the California Transportation Plan 2040, which is going through the advisory committees. That will be due by the end of the year. And for the first time per SB 391, it requires Caltrans to analyze GHG reduction targets and what would it take for the transportation system to meet those targets. So that is coming forward, the California Transportation Plan 2040. We also, on the regional and local level, as probably many of you know and are involved with, we have the regional transportation plans, which now include the sustainable community strategies, which really look at the land use connection and transportation. And then, of course, we have the county sales tax measures, which we have 20 counties in California representing about 85–90% of the population. And those sales tax measures in many ways are driving transportation investments in California. And there's many opportunities to engage with those measures at the local level, county level, and to partner, I believe, for the state to partner to make sure that those measures are best aligned as they come up for renewal with state goals. So thank you all for coming, and for those of you who are watching remotely, appreciate you signing into the broadcast, and we really appreciate the opportunity to co-host this important symposium focused on cutting petroleum use in half by 2030. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Corey.
Great. Thank you, Kate. I had no idea there were that many things going on. The next speaker we have is, I'm proud to announce, is Mr. Richard Corey, who's the Executive Officer of the Air Resources Board and my boss. Richard has 28 years of professional experience in the air pollution field, with over 20 years of that experience in management capacity at ARB. Prior to his appointment as Executive Officer, he served as Deputy Executive Officer and Chief of the Stationary Source Division. He manages over 1,200 professional managers and staff responsible for a broad range of programs, including fuels, climate change, incentives, and air toxics. With that, I would, Mr. Corey has an undergraduate degree in environmental toxicology as well as an MBA from the University of California, Davis. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Richard Corey.
Thanks, Floyd, and thanks, Kate, as well. It's really good to be here with CalSTA, Caltrans, and our sister agencies in this series of forums, really talking about and focusing on how we're going to move forward with respect to the 2030 climate commitments that have been made. And your participation both in this, and I'll touch bases on this a little later, this forum as well as the many that will follow, workshops and opportunities for engagement, is going to be a critical element to me to the ultimate path that's defined, both you that are here in person and on the web. So look very forward to working with you as we move forward. So this series is part of, in fact, it began with the workshop that we, ARB did on the short-life climate pollutant, which, as you know, we're working on a plan that we intend to complete by the end of this year. So it's one pillar, and I'll talk about the others in just a minute. In fact, yesterday, a number of you attended the joint agency workshop sponsored by the California Energy Commission to discuss the governor's energy efficiency goals, and I heard that was well attended as well. And today, we're looking forward to hearing from our panel members and experts and receiving feedback from you on the governor's transportation goals. And for context, what I'd like to do here is to provide an overview of the state's integrated plan and the associated process to frame today's discussion, really the number of elements that will be following. But it's important to emphasize, and Floyd made this point, that these are initial kickoff forums, and they're really just that, they're starting point. And they're going to help inform more detailed public discussions and the comprehensive update to the scoping plan development process that will be beginning next month. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute as well. So, Assembly Bill AB 32 marked the first program in the country to take a comprehensive, long-term approach to addressing climate change and to do it in a way that will improve the environment and natural resources while maintaining a robust economy. And you folks know that. Many of you have been fairly engaged in this effort over the last several years. And California has cut a clear path to meet our 2020 GHG target. And now Governor Brown has called for us to pursue a new and ambitious set of strategies to reduce GHG emissions and prepare for the effects of climate change. The Governor's Executive Order B30-15 establishes California's GHG reduction target of 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. It's also important to note that the target's in line with the scientifically established levels needed to meet global warming to 2 degrees Celsius, the warming threshold at which scientists say there will likely be major climate disruptions, and aligns California's GHG reduction targets with those of leading international governments. The 2030 target will keep us on track to reach the ultimate goal of reducing emissions 80% under the 1990 levels by 2050. And the pathway to achieve the 40% reduction target is based on 5 key climate strategy pillars that the governor first identified in his January 2015 inaugural address. These pillars recognize that all key sectors in the state will need to reduce their emissions to meet California's ambitious goals. The 5 pillars are reducing today's petroleum use by up to 50%, increasing from 1/3 to 50% our electricity derived from renewable sources, doubling the efficiency savings achieved at existing buildings and making heating fuels cleaner, reducing the release of methane, black carbon, and other short-life climate pollutants, and managing farm, rangelands, forests, and wetlands so they can store carbon. Better store carbon. While these efforts will reduce the magnitude and impact of climate change, they won't prevent it from occurring. In fact, many impacts, increased fires, floods, severe storms, and heat waves are occurring already and will only become more frequent and impactful. But there are many things that we can do to protect against climate change impacts, and that's part of the discussion. A 6th key element of the state strategy involves taking steps to now adapt to climate change to protect the public health and safety, our economy, and our future. The California Natural Resources Agency, in coordination with other state agencies, developed a climate adaptation strategy known as the Safeguarding California Plan, which provides guidance for state and local decision makers in their efforts to prepare for climate-related risks and to minimize economic losses. Next slide. The primary guiding principles of the state's climate strategy are to transform California to a clean energy economy with focused efforts on several fronts, including reducing GHG emissions through cost-effective policies and programs that promote clean energy industries and green jobs, target clean energy investments and other efforts to support disadvantaged communities and vulnerable populations, provide consumers with more clean energy choices, conserve precious natural resources, highlighting the need to save water in light of the ongoing drought, and preparing guidance for adapting to climate change by linking adaptation and emission mitigation efforts. Next slide. The state's climate strategy is currently being implemented and is outlined in legislation as well as the AB 32 scoping plan. And more specifically, there are numerous efforts planned and underway at the various state agencies to address climate change that stem from legislative directives, the original AB 32 scoping plan, and its 2014 update. Our next scoping plan update process will kick off in the fall, and which will be focused on strategies, measures, and research to get the state to the 2030 goals and put us on a path towards reaching the 2050 target. We see today's discussion as beginning to inform that process and look forward to building on the suggestions that we hear from you today. A snapshot is shown here, some of the major plans and regulations which support our GHG reduction goals. These plans and regulations are being developed through an integrated approach that will be built on considerable consultation with affected stakeholders, which is critical, really critical, to ensure that we meet our climate goals alongside other priorities. These efforts are drawing from several fundamental building blocks consisting of partnerships. California is leveraging its efforts through regional and international partnership initiatives to expand emission reduction programs and enable effective adaptation research. State-specific research supports our understanding of the impacts of climate change in California and informs policy. Incentives and grants. Incentive and grant programs identify opportunities to leverage existing and new funds to further drive our GHG reductions through strategic planning and targeted low-carbon investments. These programs can help accelerate the adoption of new and innovative approaches to reduce GHG emissions. Voluntary action. Voluntary measures should not be discounted and have a strategic place in some program designs. Several organizations and companies are already taking actions to get a head start in developing cost-effective reductions. Regulations. We also see regulatory actions as an important element in the state's overall strategy for reducing GHG emissions and reaching the targets. Local action. Local governments play critical roles in reducing climate change through both voluntary and regulatory actions. In California, local governments have oversight and regulatory responsibility for key aspects of energy production and delivery. Similarly, community and transportation planning are part of that package as well. And as I noted, we're committed in all these implementation activities to use robust public process with input from state agencies, local agencies, community, environmental justice organization, and a broad spectrum of stakeholders. In fact, I can't underscore that enough, how important engagement is in terms of this process going forward, both in terms of understanding the challenge as well as the potential options for responding and the mix of strategies, regulatory, incentive, or otherwise, how those strategies interact. And the way you do that is you seek out the best minds, the best ideas, and you cast a wide net. And to me, that's what leads to good public policy, good outcomes. So in closing, we're proud California is on track with respect to the 2020 target, yet we all know this, and it's already been stated. We have a lot to do. We're not going to get there alone. We're going to get there through collaborative efforts. And achieving these goals is going to require a multi-agency approach that relies on a highly transparent process and is open to new and innovative ideas. Which really brings us to the purpose of today's Transportation Sector Focus Symposium, which is being conducted, as I indicated earlier, jointly by ARB, CalSTA, and Caltrans. And with this symposium, we're really looking to begin these first steps towards discussing the potential combination of transportation-related strategies that will enable us to meet the governor's GHG reduction goals. And given the potential impacts and the long-term nature of effective planning, it's critical that we begin this process now. So I'm looking very forward to today's discussion and the process as we move forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Richard. Our last introductory speaker is Ryan McCarthy. He is the Science and Technology Policy Advisor to the Chair at the California Air Resources Board, where he focuses on transportation, energy, and climate policy issues. He's also heavily involved in climate policy discussions related to 2030 targets and planning, and is also helping to develop a plan to reduce emissions of short-lived climate pollutants in California as required by SB 605. Prior to his appointment at ARB by Governor Jerry Brown, Ryan was chief writer of a strategic plan for plug-in electric vehicles in California and a science and technology policy fellow in the Office of California Assembly Member Wilmer Amina Carter. Ryan received his master's and doctorate degrees in civil and environmental engineering from UC Davis and bachelor's degree in structural engineering from UC San Diego. Please join me in welcoming Ryan McCarthy.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to see you all here. I think this is really, I guess it's part of an ongoing conversation, but in some respects also the beginning of a very, what I think will be exciting and important process moving forward as we look towards meeting the governor's goals and the legislative goals that may be set for us through 2030. When the governor announced the 5 pillars in his address in January, we released a one-page fact sheet basically summarizing why this is important for petroleum reduction and why or how we can get there. This was an initial framework based on some initial and interim modeling that we're doing, and we'll have more to say on that and more modeling results, more refined results in the coming months as we work through some of the processes that Richard alluded to. But I'm going to work through that here, and if you're interested in the fact sheet, most of which you'll see on these slides, or similar ones that have been developed for the other pillars, they're available on ARB's website or the Energy Commission's website. So I think it's always helpful to return to why this is important and why we're doing this. So I just want to remind folks a little bit here. Obviously, this is critical for meeting our 2030 goals. It's one of the 5 pillars the governor announced as to what we need to achieve to get to a 2030 target and really lead the world and show them how you stabilize global warming below 2 degrees Celsius. That's why we're here today. That's why we're having this set of workshops. But petroleum is also very important from a broader environmental and economic perspective. On an economic basis, being dependent on a volatile commodity that isn't always totally freely traded in this world exposes us to a lot of costs. And some estimates are that those range are in the hundreds of billions of dollars per year in the U.S., which translates to tens of billions of dollars in California. And as we move away from petroleum and diversify our fuel supplies, hopefully with a focus on local and domestic resources, not only do you reduce those costs as you use energy more efficiently, you reduce your fuel costs, you also help build economic growth locally and job creation locally. So there's a lot of economic reason to do so. And also environmental reason. Petroleum is responsible for the vast majority of our smog-forming pollution and of carcinogenic diesel particulate matter. That makes sense, I guess, that petroleum is responsible for diesel particulate matter. And also when you account for refining and production and then the use of petroleum in California, it amounts to almost half of our greenhouse gas emissions. So this is the primary source of pollution in the state and one that we really have to tackle if we want to meet our air quality and our climate goals. And then on I think we always need to emphasize the air quality piece, especially when we're talking about transportation and petroleum. That's really a driver here in California. We've done so much to reduce emissions over the years, over the decades, I should say. We're a leader globally, but we still have more to do. We still have the worst air pollution in the country, and we're facing federal health-based air quality standards in the 2030 timeframe that we have to meet, and that in many ways are going to drive us to do perhaps more than we would do in the transportation sector, especially the heavy-duty transportation sector, than we just would for climate reasons. So together, air quality and climate are important drivers. And then lastly, it's not on this slide, but I think a lot of the metrics that Kate alluded to about, ultimately building more vibrant, connected communities where we have more choices, where there's less congestion, where we spend less time on roads, where there's fewer accidents, that's all critical too, and that's tied to the strategies that we'll be looking to do to reduce petroleum use. The good news is we're already on our way, and this was alluded to as well. We have a pretty comprehensive framework in place, especially for light-duty transportation, where we're tackling the issues of energy use and emissions from all sides. We have SB 375 to reduce vehicle miles traveled. We have low carbon fuel standard to require cleaner fuels, and we have standards on vehicles to make them more efficient and to require the cleanest zero emission vehicles to be put on our roads. We have a lot underway, again, that Richard alluded to, that will further outline additional strategies and steps that we'll be taking in the coming months to meet our air quality and climate goals, and that'll put us even further on the path forward. Together, we think this existing framework gets us about halfway there. In our initial modeling results that are in this fact sheet, it was about 24% petroleum reduction from current levels in 2030, based on current policies that are already in place. So if we want to reach the goal, this is the other piece of good news, I guess, is basically if we continue current progress, continue what we're doing, we'll get there. If we continue to get the same levels of vehicle efficiency improvement in new cars that we're getting today, if we continue to ratchet down on the carbon intensity of fuels and add more low carbon, cleaner fuels, continue to support markets for electric vehicles so that we get more, or zero emission vehicles, I should say, so we get more electricity and hydrogen powering our cars, and continue to support planning for smarter growth, more mobility choice to reduce unnecessary travel, and of course build high-speed rail, and I guess I've covered all of it. Then we get to the goals. I think it's in this slide. So this is our sample pathway that we forwarded. If we do all this, and this is basically the vision that we laid out in our most recent scoping plan and that we'll be building on in our next scoping plan, we will reduce on-road petroleum use by about 54% is what we found. Again, we'll refine this in the coming months and have more details, but that's the scenario that we laid out back in December. All those steps would lead to about to on-road fuel economy in the passenger fleet of about 35 miles per gallon. Incidentally, that's about what I got in my 1996 Saturn. May she rest in peace. But it would about double the volume of alternative fuels, electricity, hydrogen, natural gas, and biofuels. We would slow the growth of VMT. We'd be about 5% lower VMT than we would expect to be otherwise in 2030. And I guess on the heavy-duty side, we would improve the efficiency, the on-road efficiency of the heavy-duty fleet from about 5.5 miles per gallon today to about 7 or 8 in 2030. So that's one pathway forward. In many respects, when you think about it in terms of current progress and the framework we have in place, I think there's reason to think it's reasonable and achievable and doesn't require anything new or any outlandish strategies. On the other hand, of course, we need to make sure that what we're doing and the progress that we're getting today can be sustained and scale. So we need to continue to implement our existing policies effectively. We need to continue to support markets for emerging vehicle and fuel technologies. We need to continue to plan better and build high-speed rail so that we have options, alternatives to traveling in cars. And we need to continue cap and trade and a strong carbon pricing signal so that there's a clear signal that we need to do things in a more efficient, cleaner, better way. And that's not all going to happen by itself, so I'll turn it over to the rest of the day's panel now, who will really be digging into how we get to actually, realize this future in each of these areas.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you to our introductory speakers. I will, we're running a little bit behind schedule here. We do have a full agenda, so I will ask the first panel to come up. Thank you very much. And recall that if you do have any questions for the panelists, please put it on your comment card and raise your hand, and staff will pick it up from you. Now the next panel will focus on sustainable freight. This will be moderated by Cynthia Marvin, who is the Chief of the Transportation and Toxics Division at the California Air Resources Board. I will ask her to introduce her panelists.
After just instructing my panelists on how to turn on the mic, I forgot to do it myself. So it's very much my pleasure to be here today and to talk about one of my favorite subjects in the world, which is sustainable freight. Those of you who know me know that that is very much a genuine statement, and specifically about California's leadership in improving efficiency. And I am very pleased to be here with two good practitioners who are setting the standard for that leadership here in California. On my immediate left is Michael Christensen, who is now the Senior Executive for Supply Chain Optimization at the Port of Long Beach. I have to be clear, I met him when he was at the Port of LA. He has many years of extensive management experience in both port and rail operations, as well as in transportation consulting. And on our far left is James Jack, the Executive Director of the Coalition for Responsible Transportation, which includes many of the nation's largest retailers and cargo owners, and they've done a lot of groundbreaking work on national initiatives to increase the efficiency of the supply chain. And I find James to always be a reliable person who's willing to come over to ARB events and help introduce some industry and cargo owner perspective to the work that we're doing. You can read their full bios in the pamphlet. In California, we know that freight or logistics is a major economic driver. Freight-dependent industries account for about a third of the California economy and about a third of California jobs. So we are mindful of that and careful to be sure that we are thinking about both the economic opportunities and the impacts of all of the sorts of changes that we're talking about here today. The trucks, trains, ships, and planes that move cargo are major consumers of petroleum, primarily diesel fuels, that account for a lot of the climate change and the air pollution impacts that the prior speaker spoke about. But I'm happy to say that a number of California agencies, the Transportation Agency and Caltrans, the California Energy Commission, the Air Resources Board, and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development are working together on a new integrated strategy for sustainable freight. And really what we're trying to do is work with the stakeholders to figure out and implement actions to make the freight system more efficient, cleaner, and more competitive. And having all of those objectives together, looking at the trade-offs and trying to design actions that will support all of those is our key mission over the next year. From an air quality perspective, we want to recognize that the freight industry has made incredible progress in reducing emissions over the last decade, anywhere between 50 and 80% over that time at rail yards and ports, on freeways, at distribution centers. And so we're very encouraged and appreciative of that progress, and we are looking to continue that moving forward. As one of my, I will call her my early freight coach, Fran Inman, one of the commissioners at the California Transportation Commission, always reminds us, freight is not a system, it is a system of systems, and they're all dynamic. And it's something that we need to keep in mind as we go forward, because freight changes a lot. The business decisions that drive how freight is moved, where it's moved, really change over time, whether it's the introduction of standardized ocean shipping containers 60 years ago to the rise of just-in-time manufacturing in e-commerce in the 21st century. Everything that we're talking about here today is something that needs to be adaptable and flexible so that it can be responsive to the other changes that are driven by larger forces in the industry. But as we go forward from an air quality perspective, it's important to note that we see the introduction of cleaner combustion, lower carbon fuels, and efficiency strategies as the near-term solution to improving our air quality and our climate situation. Longer term, we're relying on the introduction of zero-emission technologies powered by renewable energy to be addressing these issues. But today we're focused on efficiency. When you think about efficiency, we're talking a little bit, and there'll be a panel a little bit later on that looks at the efficiency of vehicles, whether they're the trucks, whether you're talking about GHG standards for trucks, you're talking about International Maritime Organization standards for new marine vessels to make them more efficient, whether you are looking at changes at facilities like the increased use of on-dock rail at ports or double stacking rail cars so that you can move twice as much cargo in the same physical space. Or you're looking at a company that is making business decisions about how to increase its capacity while reducing costs. All of these are decisions that companies and agencies and facilities make every day. And part of the challenge that we have is, how do we help and boost that? What can we do? I like to use this particular example. We were privileged enough to have a great tour, a great visit at the FedEx facility on the tarmac at LAX. And the reason I like to use this example is that it involves both an efficiency component and a local business development component. If you look on this slide on the right-hand side of the picture is a standard aircraft shipping container for FedEx. They would fill the plane with these containers, and what the FedEx representative told us is that every time they would find that both the nose and the tail of the plane were empty. There was space left over that wasn't being used. So to fill that space, they went to one of their local metal fabricators right around LAX and had them custom build the smaller units you see on the left side to fill in that last bit of space. So I think that's a fairly creative example that has the dual environmental efficiency and business benefits that we're striving for in this process. So one of the key questions we have for the panelists here today and for all of the stakeholders in the freight industry is, how can government encourage and support these kinds of actions? I've asked the panelists to share with us their perspective on what their organizations have learned about these questions, and to really give us some advice on how the state of California can move forward to help meet the governor's climate goals by boosting supply chain efficiency. So with that, I'm going to ask James Jack to share his perspective, and then we'll move on to Mike Christensen.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We have really appreciated our historical relationship with ARB and with the administration more broadly, and appreciate the opportunity to come and share some perspectives. As Cynthia mentioned, our organization, the Coalition for Responsible Transportation, is composed of many of the nation's largest shippers, or beneficial cargo owners as they're sometimes known within the industry, companies including Target, Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot, Best Buy. The companies that are that collectively own the majority of those containers that we see coming in on ships every day in a variety of ports in California and moving inland, sometimes staying in California, sometimes moving further inland to other parts of the country. And if you were to ask our shippers, either collectively or individually, what is the top impact on their decision-making over the last year about ports to use and about gateways to bring their cargo in from overseas, the number one decision point for them has been port congestion. And we've seen, for a variety of reasons, of course, there was a labor contract that was unsettled here on the West Coast that contributed to some additional congestion that was really a little bit out of the norm, but certainly, you know, there is no doubt that when the shippers are making decisions about where to bring cargo in around the country, congestion is increasingly playing a major role in those decisions. And that's why, you know, we are so excited, I think, by the clear direction that the Air Resources Board has taken with regard to its emission reduction strategies across the freight sector. CARB has done a very good job in underscoring the need for efficiency improvement to be a strategy towards overall emission reduction. And, you know, from our perspective, as users of the freight network, this is something that has very important consequences and benefits for us. A lot of what we have seen over the last decade with the increased attention that has been paid to emissions resulting from freight mobility around the state and certainly in and around port communities, there has been an increased awareness about the health consequences of the emissions that are created, while also I think there has been equally an increased awareness of the importance that the freight sector plays in California's economy. It comprises a very substantial amount of the economy and job creation in this state. And policymakers have, I think, recognized very well that there is a need to continue to accommodate growth, but doing so in a way where the trajectory of emissions continues to move downward and ultimately meets the goals of a variety of air quality standards and mandates that the state must meet. And so, you know, really looking at it broadly, there are two ways to get there. The first is heavy investment in improving the capital equipment and infrastructure in the state. And a lot of that we've have experienced certainly over the past decade, and as my colleague from the Port of Long Beach will share as well, we've seen a lot of programs, including the clean truck programs that were implemented at the ports of LA, Long Beach, and subsequently Oakland, and the work that ARB has done in this area have moved the needle in a huge way on emissions reduction from these sources. The consequence of that, however, is that moving to cleaner and increasingly cleaner equipment, whether it's trucks, trains, cargo handling equipment, harbor craft, the ocean-going vessels themselves, is an incredibly large capital requirement on industry, sometimes with the support of the public sector as well. It provides very dramatic emission reduction possibilities, but it also comes at a tremendous cost. And that's where I think the attractiveness of efficiency really sets itself apart. And by that I mean, we know that we have, through the use of efficiency, through the use of solutions that improve efficiency, not only can we get very important reductions in emissions, in criteria pollutants, in greenhouse gases, but there is also a cost benefit for the users of the system. And that is really, I think, why efficiency remains such an attractive pathway for industry as it moves forward in partnership with ARB and with the state of California as a whole. The trouble that we have sometimes is I think that there's a general recognition that the system can be more efficient, but sometimes we have trouble putting our finger on exactly what those efficiencies are. How can we extract those efficiencies from the system? What can we be doing to better facilitate a more efficient system? And as Cynthia and I have had this discussion many times, is we want, Cynthia is telling us we want to know what the solutions are because we want to help the industry get there. We want to make efficiency a reality. And so I'll share today, I think, certainly a couple of the areas where we have been working and a couple of the areas where we see greater potential for public-private collaboration. The first is, in some respects, data collection. One of the earliest partnerships as our organization turned its attention to improving port efficiency and reducing congestion, one of the things that we found early on is that no one could agree on how bad the congestion problem was. Certainly in a port environment where the metric of turn times is often discussed, which means how long it takes a truck driver to pick up a container from the port, deliver it out to its destination, and return back to the port to then pick up another container. And there's substantial disagreement between the truckers who are picking up these containers and the terminal operators who are providing these containers to be picked up about just how quickly that process is taking place. And so one of the things we did early on was partner with the Harbor Trucking Association in California to begin to develop and deploy a robust data collection system so that we could have credible, objective data in the analysis of what the situation is that could then be used as a benchmark for improvement. Another area is technology. The way that oftentimes freight interfaces with the infrastructure system here in California is not very well orchestrated. When containers are coming in from overseas, the way that information is communicated between the steamship line, the terminal operator, the trucker, and the cargo owner could be dramatically improved to facilitate better and faster movement of cargo once it reaches the port to its final destination. One of the partnerships that we're working on currently is with the U.S. Department of Transportation on a Freightus system. I won't get into the weeds on what that system means, but think of it as an air traffic control system, except it's instead of talking about airports and planes, we're talking about seaports and ocean-going vessels and trucks. But ways to, when a container becomes available, making sure that that the terminal has information on when that container is going to be picked up, if that truck is running late, that the trucker has information on when that container is available, what the lines are out in front of each terminal, and ways to optimize decisions based on that information. And we think that that is, there's a lot of information out there. The question is, how do we actually use that information and collect it in a way that's meaningful and that can drive better decisions within the freight sector to more efficiently utilize the capacity we have. And then, I think that the third and final area that we're spending a lot of time with regard to finding improvements within the freight system itself is looking at the system of chassis that exists in port commerce today. There has been a major transformational shift in the way that these ocean containers are put onto chassis that are then picked up by trucks and delivered to their final destination. And we're looking for ways to better optimize that. And I think in so doing, we also see that there is a huge opportunity to take empty miles out of the freight sector altogether or significantly reduce them. When a container gets picked up, it gets delivered to its destination, and that truck returns to the port sometimes without any cargo or an empty container to go and pick up their next load. And one of the areas that we think has the highest possible potential is matching import loads with export loads, so that empty miles are taken out of the system. A truck leaves, delivers a container to a distribution center in Tracy, California, and rather than returning back to the Port of Oakland empty, they pick up an export load that's filled with fruits or vegetables or whatever the case may be that's going overseas, and return to the port with that export load, thereby taking one complete truck trip, an empty trip back for the importer and an empty trip out to the valley for an exporter out of the equation. And this is something that conceptually has strong support from the industry, but we haven't yet figured out a way to match up all of those import loads with all of those export loads. And we think that that's an area where partnership with a regulator like ARB to potentially set up an online portal where importers and exporters can go and coordinate. See, I know that there's going to be a truck that is going to be in the area of my export center tomorrow when I need this container taken back to the port. And matching up importers and exporters to create a forum for this type of activity to take place, resulting in huge emissions reductions and huge efficiency gains. So those are some of the things that we're working on, and I'll stop there to turn it over to my colleague and look forward to any questions or comments after.
Thank you, James. Well, you just gave about 3/4 of my presentation, so I thank you for that. Maybe we can save a little time here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in this panel, and I particularly appreciate CARB's sensitivity to the importance of efficiency towards the governor's climate change goals, because this is pretty low-hanging fruit. Now, we had, as you well know, the ports of the state, the container ports, are big economic engines. We're creating almost well over 1 million jobs in California among the container ports. So we have a big impact, but like just about any big engine, occasionally we need a tune-up. And right now we need a major tune-up. My job at the Port of Long Beach is under supply chain optimization. And in an agency that loves acronyms, I'm going to give you a new one, SCO. And in our world, we're going to see a lot of that. Supply chain optimization is born through a lot of the things that we heard of just now that James told us. We are seeing changes in the Trans-Pacific shipping industry that I believe are almost as substantial as the advent of containerization half a century ago. Over 90% of all of the boxes that are moving around on the world's oceans are now moving under the control of just 4 ocean alliances. And those ocean alliances have driven what we call a big ship strategy. These ships that are hitting our ports are massive. When I started working directly in the port industry a decade or so ago, we were designing everything around an 8,000 20-foot equivalent unit, or TEU ship. Our newest terminal at the Port of Long Beach has just been modified to accommodate 22,000 TEU ships. 20,000 TEU ships are rolling out of the shipyards right now. So the industry is changing at a breakneck speed. And what we've determined as port authorities up and down the West Coast is that we have to change along with that. Our typical role as landlord ports has been basically develop terminals, collect the rent. We can no longer operate in that role. We have to become facilitators and active participants in the supply chain. And in order to do that, we had to get federal permission for antitrust exemption from the Federal Maritime Commission. We got that in February between the ports of LA and Long Beach, and the slide you see here was our kickoff meeting with the 2 port chief executives, in which we decided we were going to jump into this pool and we're going to become an active participant. We're about a dozen meetings into this process. In fact, we're just right about a couple minutes ago finished up another meeting in Los Angeles that was specifically aimed at addressing issues on marine terminals. We have 7 working groups that are off and running on this, And as James knows, a super active element of this supply chain optimization effort is the beneficial cargo owners. We're really glad to see them in that because they are the ones that pay the bills to a large extent on what goes on ocean-going freight. Now, our strategies for dealing with this, with these changing conditions, which have been driving a lot of congestion and inefficiency, are kind of in areas I'd call hardware and software. I just testified before the Senate Commerce Committee yesterday, and their focus was on technology. Technology will drive a huge amount of the efficiencies we're going to see in our containerized ports. And that goes again into what we're building and how we're operating it. Now, I'll give you a little anecdote of just one small area, and James had mentioned this, as to how we're dealing with increasing the efficiency of our operations, and that's chassis. One of the cost-saving measures that the Ocean Alliance has adopted was to divest themselves of chassis. Now, these are the frames that you see on this picture that are used to haul containers. And those went into the private sector. That was not a very seamless change because, well, it just didn't work very well. This is kind of the way it worked. You know, you could move, and I guess James also kind of set this up beautifully for me. You can deliver a container on a chassis, and then that truck driver goes hunting for another container somewhere else, and then takes that to pick up another chassis, and then picks up another container, and then goes back to origin. That's 4 trips. What if you could coordinate that effort and turn that into 2 trips? And I thought that example was kind of interesting because what is the reduction in the number of trips that efficiency just achieved? That's a 50% reduction in truck miles that you just achieved by doing that. Now, there are a lot of things that are out there that we're working on this. We have some really interesting software applications. There's one that we've been highlighting lately called Cargomatic, and it has taken the drayage industry, and we're in pilot with this in the San Pedro Bay right now. It takes the drayage truck industry and starts to put them in an Uber-type model. So rather than going to a marine terminal, hunting for a container that's buried at the bottom of a pile, moving everything, and moving that to destination, this is a system where a drayage truck driver would come onto a terminal, and he would take the top container on a specific pile, peel that off to destination. Extraordinarily efficient, all dependent on technology and an app that sits on your smartphone. Now, the other hardware side of our strategy has to do with infrastructure. We're doing some very cool stuff. Our Middle Harbor project in the Port of Long Beach is a $1.3 billion investment in terminal modernization. One of the way that the boxes get off the ship once they've landed on the ground into these automated stacks is through a true zero-emission vehicle. This is a driverless automated carrier, an automated machine that is battery powered. When that battery depletes, the computer sends it to a battery changeout building, changes out that battery pack and puts a new one in, and it keeps going. We're very proud of what we've done in terms of our achievement. Cynthia mentioned this, and I won't bear on it because we really don't have time to bear on it. We have so many more things we need to do to continue what we're trying to accomplish from an environmental standpoint. And we're embodying that in something we call our Clean Air Action Plan version 3. We're starting to work on that, and that will include a lot of the efficiencies that we're talking about. Now, one of the things I want to wrap up with is as we look at efficiencies in the port, most of the technologies and hardware drive us to a very substantial increase in our electric energy use. And we at Port of Long Beach have unveiled something we call Energy Island. In order to provide enough power of the proper quality, and this has to, the machines that run in the ports require a significant enhancement in power quality. And also to meet the goals that we have established for both renewable power and resilient power. Recognize that an operation that has $1 billion a day impact on the national economy, when the grid goes down for a few days, that's a real problem. So we are embarking on a program that will put distributed power generation with a substantial amount of renewable power within our port complex itself so that we can stand alone on that. So a lot of challenges, but a lot of opportunity. And again, thanks to CARB for recognizing this. And I guess my one ask, Cynthia, would be stay engaged with us. Under this joint port supply chain optimization effort, we brought together stakeholders from every element of our industry. And they're the experts. They know where to go. They know what rocks to look under to find the best efficiencies and the improvements. And for the first time in a long time, they're engaged. One thing I mentioned to Cynthia earlier, we don't want to waste a good crisis. And what has happened over this past year in containerized shipping has gotten everyone's attention. And everyone right now is engaged, and we want to keep them engaged, and we would love to have you involved. Around the end of August, we're going to be inviting CARB to come and work with a core advisory team on our joint port optimization efforts. And we very much would appreciate your engagement and continue to work with us in a collaborative fashion. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike and Jack. You can see why I was pleased to have both of these fellows accept our invitation to join us, and we have significant work ahead of us with them and with all of the folks in the room and in the freight industry in general, as well as the communities that are affected by this and the other agencies that provide infrastructure, energy, and other elements of the supply chain support. So I know that we are a bit behind schedule, so I think that we're going to go ahead and wrap up this session so that I can turn it back to Floyd, and hopefully that didn't completely eliminate the break, but that is in Mr. Vergara's hands. And thank you very much for hearing a little bit about sustainable freight. If you've not been involved in this effort and you're interested in it, both the California State Transportation Agency and Caltrans have folks in the room here, as well as ARB. So just let us know you're interested, and we will plug you in to the exciting things that are going on. Thank you.
Did we have one? I think we have time for one question. Did you have a? Yeah. Okay, and while they're looking at that, if I can ask the next panel to get ready to come up.
The question says that one 14 million TEU ship using bunker fuel is said to equal the pollution of 50 million cars. I don't think that's accurate, but I'm reading the question as stated. And will we make them stop using bunker fuel? Many of you may not be aware that ARB has a couple of different activities underway. We have a state regulation that requires ships that are approaching the California coastline to switch to cleaner distillate fuels 24 nautical miles out from the coast. And then when ships are at berth in California at the major ports, we require that those ships plug in and use shore-based electrical power or alternative technologies to basically eliminate the ship emissions at berth. We're also fortunate to have an emission control area under international and U.S. regulations that extends out 200 miles that also require ships to switch from the heavy fuel oil or bunker fuel, which is basically the sludge left over in the refining process, to switch to cleaner fuels. So there's a lot of activities underway to push ships to be using cleaner fuels, and then we're also encouraged to be working with the ocean carriers and the shipping industry on some of the projects to be looking at natural gas as a potential ship fuel of the future, as well as other efforts to make ships more efficient so they burn less fuel overall. I believe there are some projects that are looking at wind, although we're probably more focused on standard combustion at this point.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate a great panel and very informative. Thank you very much. All right, I actually neglected to look at our agenda, which says we have a break, this next one, before the next panel. So why don't we reconvene here at 10:30 if you can come here promptly so we could try to catch up on our agenda. Those of you who are standing in the back, there are plenty of seats available. If you, you care to come in and fill those seats, that would be great. Thank you. If I can ask everybody, can I get your attention, please? If I can ask everybody to take your seats, we're going to try to restart. No one's listening to me. What's the deal? Go at him. Yeah. If everyone could take their seats, please. I can't really tell my deputy executive officer to sit down. That might be a career-ending move.
Right.
Settle down, settle down. Everybody, please take your seats. We'll get started again. Before we go to the next panel, we did get a request for the speakers to please speak closely to the microphone. Some voices are fading in and out, and the folks in the back can't hear, so if you can please pay attention to that. And there are plenty of seats in the audience, so there's really no reason to be standing. All right, we have a fairly large panel coming up, which of course is appropriate since we're going to be talking about light and heavy-duty vehicle technologies next. So our next panel will be moderated by Joshua Cunningham. He is the branch chief of the Sustainable Transportation Technology branch within the Air Resources Board. This branch is in charge of implementing the Advanced Clean Cars regulations as well as many programs to support the growth of the zero-emission vehicle market, including infrastructure, outreach, and multi-agency planning. I would ask Joshua to please introduce your panelists.
Thank you, Floyd. Over the next hour, this panel will address the critical need and large opportunity for vehicle technologies and transportation to meet California's long-term targets. As was partly alluded to earlier by Ryan, transportation direct greenhouse gas emissions comprise 38% of the state's emissions inventory, and when you add in the upstream fuel production, close to half of today's greenhouse gas inventory. And the direct emissions contribute to over 80% of our local NOx ozone-forming emissions, particularly in the South Coast Air Basin. So it's a critical topic. We're very excited to have this panel here to talk about the technologies that are available to meet these targets. So I'm honored to moderate such a panel of esteemed experts. We're lucky to have them here to share their insights. I'm not going to read their full biographies in the interest of time, but I will touch on them briefly. You can access their full bios on the event's agenda, and I encourage you to read them. The goal of this session is to explore on-road vehicle technology strategies, highlighting major emerging trends in the market, discuss feasibility of rolling them out in large scale to meet our 2030 and 2050 targets. As moderator, my role will be to keep us on time, which is going to be tricky. We've got 5 experts, and we've got an hour, so I've asked them not to bring any slides. We're going to focus on jumping into core trends and expert insights. They get 10 minutes each, and I do have a cane that I will be using. I think more specifically, when you have about a minute left, I'll try and raise my hand as a warning, but we will, I'm sure, have fruitful discussion. And then I'll try and squeeze in a few questions from the audience at the end to take advantage of some dialogue. The one request we got as a speaker is when it's your turn, turn on the microphone button so you see the green light light up, and then turn it off when you're done so we don't get feedback. Okay, so let me just briefly hit on the bios and introductions of the panel, and then we're going to dive right in. So moving in the order of the agenda, we're going to go through in the speaking order in that way. Mr. John German is a senior fellow for the International Council of Clean Transportation with primary responsibility for technology innovation and U.S. policy development. Mr. German has extensive experience working both in the automotive industry and for the federal EPA. He'll be speaking today on the ever-growing potential for efficiency improvements in conventional vehicles. To his left, Dr. David Green is a senior fellow for the Howard H. Baker Jr. Center for Public Policy and a research professor at the University of Tennessee. He recently retired from Oak Ridge National Laboratory as a corporate fellow after 36 years of researching transportation and energy issues. Dr. Green today will be speaking on the critical role of zero-emission vehicle technologies in the light-duty vehicle sector. To his left, Dr. Mark Wiseman is the Vice President of Ricardo Strategic Consulting and is a product strategy expert specializing in clean transportation and clean technology. His programs, among many, have included performing technical analysis for EPA to support both the 2016 and 2025 greenhouse gas and CAFE rulemakings. Dr. Wiseman will provide insights today on the emerging area of autonomous vehicle and connected vehicles and the role they may play in addressing emission reductions. Moving into the heavy-duty sector, this is a joint panel. We're trying to look at the synergies across all on-road vehicles. To his left is Thomas Reinhardt. He's an institute engineer in the Department of Engine Design and Development at Southwest Research Institute. He has led a number of projects to investigate technologies for improved engine, powertrain, and vehicle fuel efficiency and greenhouse gas reductions, focusing on medium and heavy-duty vehicles. Today, he will speak on the large potential for efficiency improvements in conventional heavy-duty vehicles. And to his left, Jamie Hall is the Policy Director for CalSTA here in California, where he focuses on legislation, regulations, and incentives that affect clean transportation technology. Mr. Hall successfully led CalSTA's recent policy efforts around incentive programs for heavy-duty vehicles and fuels in California, and today he'll be speaking on the need for zero and near-zero technologies in heavy-duty applications. So with that, let's dive into our panel members, working with John first.
And I can follow orders. Okay. I'm going to talk only about conventional vehicle technology. David Green will have a couple points about the implications that this could have on zero-emission vehicles. All conventional technology forecasts are conservative. Okay? And in a slightly different context, Donald Rumsfeld actually hit the nail on the head. There are known knowns. There are things that we know that we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns, the ones that we don't know we don't know. Okay? So any credible projection of technology handles the knowns well. The 2011 National Academy of Science CAFE report is to be commended for actually stating right up front that they only assessed current technologies and what they knew. Now, the agencies try to go beyond this when they do their forecasting and at least get into the known unknowns. An example of this is the learning that is incorporated into their models, where they spend a lot of time and effort to assess how much cost can come down each year for existing technologies. But it's the unknown unknowns, which I will refer to as innovation, that are rarely even acknowledged, much less assessed. And in fact, you really can't assess them because they're unknown. So a couple examples from the 2002 National Academy of Science report. This was an extensive report. They did a lot of work to try to assess both the known and what could be coming in the future. It was widely used and respected, quoted. NHTSA used it for their CAFE rulemaking through 2008. And I'll give you two examples from this report. One is on downsized turbocharged engines. The report estimated the benefit would be 5 to 7%. Today, there are many turbocharged engines in production that are achieving twice this benefit at no higher cost. And there are turbocharged systems in development that have the potential to double the efficiency improvements again. So what did they miss? Part of it was just improvements in materials in the turbocharger, but a big piece was the synergies with gasoline direct injection, which was unknown at the time. Another example is 6-speed automatic transmissions. In the 2002 report, they were estimated to be $150 to $300 cost increment over 4-speed transmissions. Today, over 2/3 of the vehicles on the market use these transmissions. Again, what did they miss? Well, some bright engineers figured out a way to get more flow paths without increasing the number of gears or clutches in the transmission. So today's 6-speed transmissions are actually cheaper than 4-speed transmissions used to be. Genuine innovation. What's really important to understand is that the pace of this innovation is accelerating, and that's because the real technology breakthrough is computers. Computer design, computer simulations, onboard computer controls are revolutionizing vehicles and powertrains. The high losses in the internal combustion engine It's really just an opportunity for improvement. Transmissions are improving rapidly. Hybrid systems, the cost and the size of the systems are coming down. This is especially important for lightweight materials. In the past, manufacturers have never been able to optimize the individual parts because of the interactions that happen between the hundreds of the parts on the vehicles. Computers are finally, tools are finally getting to the stage in which they can simultaneously optimize the material, the shape, and the size of every part on the vehicle. And this also means secondary weight reductions, whereas if you reduce the weight of the body, you can potentially reduce the weight of suspension and other components. Simulations are allowing manufacturers to finally do this, and this is also a cost reduction because you're actually reducing the amount of material on the vehicle when you do this. So some additional examples just since the 2017 to 2025 rule, which was issued 3 years ago. So in the last 3 years, developments that have occurred, the agencies assumed that continuously variable transmissions would actually fall by the wayside and be overtaken by improved other designs. But it has not happened. Manufacturers are solving long-standing problems with CVTs, and their market share jumped from 15% in 2012 to 26% in 2014. There are 48-volt hybrid systems in development, which have the potential to offer substantial benefits at lower cost. One of the things that's happening is that the 48-volt systems are being used to add a small electric supercharger in line with the turbocharger to eliminate turbo lag. This has additional benefits. Audi is putting a system like this in production next year. And there are multiple examples of engines that go beyond the efficiency forecasted in the 2025 rule. These include Mazda's Skyactiv engine with 13:1 compression ratio. Toyota is expanding its Atkinson cycle engines to conventional vehicles. Peugeot has announced it will put a dedicated EGR engine in production in 2018. This engine takes the entire exhaust from one cylinder, routes it back to the intake. Lots of exhaust gas, very low temperature, highly efficient combustion. This engine should have the same efficiency as a current diesel. But weight is where the biggest benefits are going to occur. The forecast, EPA's forecast for 2025 was an average 7% weight reduction across the fleet. The Ford F-150 has achieved almost twice that 10 years early. And this is the largest selling vehicle in the U.S. It's not the only example. GM's 2016 Chevy Cruze will also double that forecasted improvement. And they're going to do it with only 3% aluminum. They're using a lot of advanced high-strength steels, introducing a lot of press-hardened steels. But a lot of it is improved design. They have a thin metal strategy where they're optimizing the thickness of every part. They have a load path strategy so that they can take the forces during crashes and orient them so that they can reduce the weight of other components that are no longer part of that. And there are statements from Ford's chief engineer, Peter Rees, for the F-150 pickup truck that are very much along the same lines. He said, 15 years ago, it took 9 months for Ford Motor Company to make 2 possible designs for a vehicle frame. Now it can create 100 different examples in that time. Ford used CAE tools to digitally experiment with more lightweight materials and test those components against a blizzard of stiffness and strength requirements. So these CAE tools are where the competition is really occurring, which means that manufacturers are going to be able to optimize the material shape and thickness of every part on every vehicle before 2025. And by 2030, average weight reductions of 20 to 25% should be fairly easy to obtain. Now this is without consideration of additional content of the vehicle, which tends to increase weight, but still a major improvements. Interestingly though, the real demand for lightweight materials is not fuel economy. It's the other consumer benefits. Reducing weight improves acceleration, braking, ride, handling. It increases the load and towing capacity. High-strength steel, aluminum, and carbon fiber all have better crash properties than conventional steel does, and aluminum and carbon fiber don't rust. And so if you look at the ads for Ford's F-150, sure, they talk about the efficiency benefits, but mostly they're talking about these other consumer features, and they're selling it on those. A lot of other technologies also offer drivability and performance improvements. Turbocharging, gasoline direct injection, variable valve timing, hybrids, they all offer a lot of power at low engine speed. And the buyers like this. In fact, on the current F-150, the V6 turbocharged engines outsells the V8, even though it's a $600 price increment. And people aren't buying it for the efficiency. They want that low-end torque. 7-speed and higher, more geared transmissions. The wider gear range improves acceleration, but also makes the vehicle quieter on cruise with lower engine speed. So there's really no trade-offs here between the efficiency and other consumer things that consumers value. This is really a win-win for consumers. I also want a quick quote from the latest National Academy of Science CAFE report, which when they compared 2014 model year vehicles to the 2008 baseline, they said the actual fuel consumption reductions based on EPA certification test data meet, and in some cases exceed, the aggregation of NHTSA technology effectiveness estimates. In other words, at least through 2014, the industry is exceeding what the agencies forecasted. So I just want to conclude, computers are revolutionizing technology development, especially important for lightweight materials and hybrids. Costs are coming down, they're offering other consumer benefits. And to lead into David's perhaps, they're raising the bar for other technologies. They're actually going to reduce the benefits that you can obtain by moving to zero-emission vehicles. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. I'm very impressed. That was 9.5 minutes. Right on time. David.
So I'll beg your indulgence here to read this. That's probably the only way I can stay in the time limit. Well, good morning. It's always a pleasure to be here and to think about the potential for zero-emission vehicles to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in California by 2030. When I say zero-emission electric drive vehicles, I'm talking about battery electric and fuel cell. That may be obvious, but I want to make that clear. I want to make 3 points in my talk this morning. First, that fuel economy improvement, which we've just heard about, and zero-emission electric drive technologies are actually synergistic. So John said they reduce the benefits, but there are important synergies. And second, that electric drive technologies have progressed very, very rapidly in the past 15 years. And even moderate progress in the future, they could become sustainable alternatives to the internal combustion engine. And third, although energy efficiency, which we just heard about, is going to make the largest reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from light-duty vehicles in 2030, zero-emission vehicles can reduce greenhouse gas emissions probably by another 5 or 10%, even that soon. So John has given us an authoritative assessment of the potential for energy efficiency of internal combustion engines through 2030. And if we stay on that course, by 2030, new light-duty vehicles will be more than twice as energy efficient as they were at the beginning of this millennium. And that's really important. As the Global Energy Assessment pointed out, improving energy efficiency is the #1 strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. But it's also important because, as first demonstrated in the National Research Council study, Transitions to Alternative Vehicles and Fuels, a study that John made a major contribution to, also this particular insight, improving energy efficiency by reducing the amount of work that must be done to move the vehicle favors electric drive technologies because it reduces the need for power, and the cost of the electric drive powertrains scale more directly with power than internal combustion engines. That NRC transition study predicted that sometime after 2040, zero-emission vehicles, electric drive vehicles in high-volume production would cost less than comparable internal combustion engine vehicles. And I think that's an important synergy between mass reduction, drag reduction, rolling resistance reduction, accessory load reduction, and and zero-emission technology. Now, 2030 is just 15 years from now. Think back 15 years ago. The major manufacturers had withdrawn their EVs from the market. Toyota was going to sell off its last 300 RAV4s, but EVs. But then look at last year, 120,000 plug-in vehicles were sold in the US, over 300,000 worldwide. And yes, sales are down a bit this year with lower gas prices, but still more than 50,000 plug-in vehicles sold in the US through June of 2015. And today there are almost 10,000 public charging stations across the country. The cost of lithium-ion battery packs is down from about $1,000 per kilowatt hour as recently as 2007 to an average of just over $400 dollars per kilowatt hour in 2014, with the leading manufacturers doing better than that, about $300 per kilowatt hour. And the learning rates have been about 6 to 9% a year for each doubling of production, and with economies of scale, costs below $200 per kilowatt hour by 2030 seem very likely without a major breakthrough in battery technology. In 2003, the cost of a fuel cell stack was estimated to be $1,500 a kilowatt, and durability was a problem. Starting in sub-zero temperatures was a problem. Range was a problem. Today, stack costs are down by a factor of 30. Durability and cold starting targets have been met, and fuel cell vehicles can be refueled for over 300 miles of travel in less than 5 minutes. In 2000, the cost of a fuel cell car was something north of $1 million. And today, Toyota has set the price of its Mirai at $57,500. The Tucson is here. The Mirai is coming this year. The Honda fuel cell vehicle next year. In 2000, there were no publicly available hydrogen refueling stations, and now there are, well, 12, but 10 of those are in California, and 5 times that many will be there by the end of next year. So this is truly impressive progress, I think, by any standard. Even if you assume slower progress in the future, this kind of transition to zero-emission vehicles should be self-sustaining by 2030, given appropriate policy support. Which brings me to the third point I want to make. This transition to a low-carbon energy for transportation poses a new and difficult challenge for public policy. For a decade or so, the total costs of putting the next electric drive vehicle on the road are likely to exceed the total social benefits produced by that vehicle. This means that, well-meaning researchers might be able to show that the cost per ton of carbon reduction achieved by a ZEV sold today exceeds the social cost of carbon emissions. Or one might show that in some parts of the US, putting another EV on the road might not reduce carbon emissions at all. But that's the wrong question. These are the wrong questions. The right questions are, what role does that CEV sold today play in the transition to a zero-emission fleet? And what are the long-term costs and benefits of this transition? Now, the transition study that I mentioned by the National Research Council was the first, to my knowledge, to try to quantitatively answer those questions. And it estimated that for sales through 2050 at the national level, the benefits of the transition would exceed the cost by more than an order of magnitude. Now, my colleagues and I at the University of Tennessee also used this National Research Council studies model to analyze the costs and benefits of the zero-emission vehicle mandates. We assumed that the ZEV mandates would ramp up to about 500,000 plug-in hybrids sold in California and the Section 177 states. We divided the country into California and the Section 177 states, and then the rest of the country, not just California. And about 250,000 battery electric vehicles and just under 70,000 fuel cell electric vehicles. We assumed that for fuel cell vehicles, subsidized hydrogen refueling infrastructure would be provided, more or less as described in the California Fuel Cell Partnership's roadmap. Otherwise, we used the same model, data, and assumptions as the NRC transition study. And in an article recently published in Energy Strategy Reviews, we compared a world with ZEV mandates and related infrastructure policies to a world without them, but the same technology, market conditions, and other government policies like fuel economy and greenhouse gas emission standards. And we estimated that the ZEVs in California and the Section 177 states would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by about 10 to 15 million metric tons of CO2 per year. That's about 3 to 5% of the total for those states by light-duty vehicles in those states in 2030. However, it's more than likely that the vast majority of those zero-emission vehicles will be here in California, not so much in the other states. And in addition, the upstream emissions for electricity here, as you know, are lower and will get lower than the other 177 states. So when you take those factors into consideration, it's reasonable to expect additional greenhouse gas reductions due to ZEVs in California in 2030 of something like 5 to 10%. By a comparison to the NRC transition study, which looked at the whole country and assumed nationwide policies to achieve an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 versus 2005, not 1990, so there's some difference here. The scenarios that included policies supporting a transition to ZEVs averaged a 12% greater reduction in greenhouse gas emissions than equivalent scenarios that did not support a transition to ZEVs. Of course, the impacts of ZEVs will grow over time as adoption increases, so these are small relative to the ultimate impacts. And I would just like to conclude with this one observation. In that NRC transition study, scenarios with ZEVs, battery electric vehicles and fuel cell vehicles, were the only ones to achieve the 80% reduction target for light-duty vehicles by 2050. So that concludes my comments. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, David. That was right on time as well. Mark?
Thank you. And it's my pleasure to be here this morning, talk about perhaps the disruptive technology that's coming in terms of autonomous vehicles. It's very difficult today not to see all the actions that are happening around autonomous vehicles, the excitement from whether it's YouTube videos, advertising on the television, Google demonstrating around Mountain View, to BMW showing self-parking at Las Vegas. And it seems to be a world where we have a lot of interest and excitement around the future of driverless cars. The question really is how soon are those vehicles going to come, and what benefits are they going to bring, especially in the context of reducing our petroleum use and also reducing greenhouse gases. And point I hope to come to here is that if we do have this future of autonomous vehicles, then we have an opportunity for being able to enable more expensive powertrains. We've heard about the battery electrics and the fuel cell vehicles actually being expensive today. And then maybe autonomous vehicles, as I'll come to, will be able to explain how that can actually become an affordable technology. It also can actually significantly improve the efficiency of how we people sort of move around our daily commutes. That efficiency improvement can significantly reduce energy use, and with that emissions as well. When we get into talking about autonomous vehicles, the discussions usually start talking about future scenarios that are either evolutionary or revolutionary. And actually probably spend most of our time, most of our discussions around the evolutionary incremental benefits. You know, our perception of the world is that our vehicles have to be affordable. All the technology we need to be able to meet CAFE requirements have to be affordable into the consumer markets. We can't afford the cost of vehicles to go up. So we tend to talk about how we can squeeze incremental benefits, some of that fairly substantial, out of gasoline engines. We talk about doing incremental levels of light weighting, 7% improvements. We talk about how we can actually sort of to be able to do electrification to improve the vehicles, and often that discussion is about incremental electrification, going through mild hybrids and then going into more expensive technologies such as full hybrids and PHEVs, and that's all driven by a cost world. In fact, when we talk about greenhouse gas reductions in Europe, the discussion is much more about decarbonizing fuels than it is about trying to move to zero-emission technologies. Their view is that, we can continue to improve our vehicles, but from a cost point of view, it's far better to look at how we can actually improve our fuel, decarbonize our fuels. So how does that evolution sort of look as we get to autonomous vehicles, and how does that change these scenarios? So the evolutionary view for autonomous vehicle is again based on affordability with some other technology and maybe liability concerns, but the idea is that what we're driven for is to have improved safety and also convenience. So the evolutionary view for autonomous vehicles is we'll have vehicles that don't have collisions, don't have accidents, give us automatic braking, and then they start to give us increased convenience. The sort of chores that when driving we don't want to do ourselves, so the vehicles could self-park. Maybe they'll creep along the highways during congestion. Maybe on a highway sort of freeway driving case, it can sort of at least assist or be able to manage your lane keeping, everything else, so that just make the drive more comfortable. But doesn't necessarily change the way that we use our vehicles. And there's a number of companies and views out there that that's what we'll see for the autonomous vehicles through 2030. Then there's the excitement of the revolutionary path. This is, we see the vehicles and the technologies are here today. They can self-drive on the streets. It's attractive to people. There's less interest in owning vehicles. We spend a lot of time in our vehicles driving to work. We could get that time back. So maybe there's this opportunity that we could actually have fleets of driverless vehicles, and we could reap this sort of revolutionary change that comes forward. That revolutionary viewpoint brings some interesting benefits. One is that we could actually move to maybe a ride-sharing or ownership sharing basis. In city centers, people like to use Uber and Lyft and other style of movements around. There's less movements of car ownership. So maybe if we have rider ownership or shared ownership, that becomes a convenience for us. It also means that if we have, we tend to use our vehicles for 1 to 2 hours a day. So it's not a very well utilized asset. If you could actually get more use out of that, you could actually have a much more expensive vehicle, but because more people are sharing in the cost of it, it doesn't actually change the economics of ownership. Hence, electric vehicles, fuel cell vehicles can actually come about because we have that extra sharing of cost. If you sort of extend that scenario and say, well, you don't own a specific vehicle, but you have access to a pool of vehicles, we now have convenience. We want a vehicle that can do multiple functions for us. We have to be able to commute in it. We want to be able to transport our families. We want to be able to transport goods or bikes. So, maybe sometimes we could do a pickup truck. Maybe sometimes it's the minivan. Maybe it's other times it's a single-seater sports vehicle. If we have that opportunity to pull from a pool of vehicles as needed, we can be much more efficient in how we move around. A lot of the fuel energy we use is because we have one person in a minivan, one person in a pickup truck having to go to work. So again, there are some significant benefits that could come from an overall efficiency point of view. There also becomes communication between the vehicles and infrastructure, so we have an integrated transit system. These cars communicate. They drive themselves. We don't really mind the commute time, but there's also coordination. We don't have the congestion necessarily that's occurring because the cars are being able to pass through crossings, and junctions. They're able to reroute if there was a hold-up for some reason. So that whole integrated transit can be more efficient. We've seen schemes where cities have employed just better traffic-like flow and been able to get 10% efficiency improvements. We've done programs where we've done route optimizations for vehicles and the powertrains for those routes, and we can also find 10% fuel economy. If we actually had a fully integrated connection of vehicles all moving around, just think how much better efficiency we could have in that moving. We also will have these vehicles, they won't crash. That's the whole point of them. A significant amount of weight that we put into the vehicles is all about crash safety. If we have those vehicles that don't crash, now we can actually start taking out airbags. A lot of the materials, our opportunity to lightweight becomes very significant. So again, staying in that revolutionary context of us being able to overcome all of these technical barriers so the vehicles don't crash, we can get those shared ownerships. There's a significant number of benefits that we can have there. And that's basically around having lightweight pool of vehicles that we can pull from that gives us that efficiency of movement. And as you start to think about these revolutionary scenarios, it gets to be a lot more exciting. And you could see that actually from just users and desire for vehicles, there can be a better quality of life around having this pool of vehicles that you can pull from. There seems to be a strong consumer interest. And I think that's probably evidenced by the fact that the television adverts today are very focused on autonomous vehicles. So the question becomes, well, if there's an evolutionary route and a revolutionary, what are the barriers? And this is where barriers aren't necessarily technical because we have the capabilities appearing on the vehicles. I'm not saying that we're able to operate the vehicles in all weather conditions and we have everything sorted there, but the technology is rapidly developing for it. Really, it's about how do we get to deploy the vehicles? How do we get from where we are today with vehicles that aren't autonomous to this operation with plenty of autonomous vehicles? And perhaps that's the role for states and cities to interact. Maybe a starting point for this is to have zones, city center zone that is only autonomous vehicles, that gets rid of the barrier or a concern about having a mix of non-autonomous and autonomous vehicles together. Maybe it's not a whole zone, maybe it's just autonomous vehicle only lanes, but maybe there's a way that cities can actually sort of take action to be able to overcome some of those barriers. We do have a little bit of consumer acceptance questions still. We are used to our vehicles being, driving them. Mazda's whole sort of brand is about the driving experience of those vehicles. If we move to autonomous vehicles, do we really want to be just transported everywhere? So there's still some questions that occur around consumer acceptance for the vehicles. If we change and have a disruptive business models and we go to ride ownership or ride sharing, ownership sharing, is that going to be acceptable into the marketplace? There's quite a bit of question about infrastructure as well. When we first start off, maybe we're going to need an investment in infrastructure to be able to communicate to vehicles. Maybe we've got to set up things especially for these zones. But fairly soon after that, if we have a world of fully autonomous vehicles, we're not going to need that infrastructure. We don't need traffic lights. Vehicles don't need to have visual recognition. They can just get their information electronically. So there's almost like an investment in infrastructure that might become redundant very quickly. So a lot of question about who's going to pay for that infrastructure, what's the right infrastructure, and how do we move towards enabling this future world. And then there's obviously some improvements, incentives for us to really understand how these vehicles operate in real world. We've seen that happening in California significantly by all of the companies. We just need more demonstrations of this. If we're going to actually take out steering wheels, the vehicle's going to have to be able to be fully autonomous in all driving conditions. So certainly some barriers, some ways forward, a lot of potential benefits to these autonomous vehicles, and it just becomes an exciting world to see whether we're just going to continue to progress through our evolutionary route or whether we're through consumer interest and just a need to be more efficient in our personal transport that will end up with going into this autonomous revolutionary state.
Good. Thank you, Mark. Spectacular insights from all three of you in the light duty sector. And again, remind the audience that when we get to the end of the panel session, we'll take some questions. So if you have them, start noting them down. Before we do that, let's move over to the heavy duty sector and identify technologies and strategies in that. And we welcome questions on how these two on-road sectors can coordinate, work together, and see technology transfer between the two. So, Tom?
All right, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. I'm going to talk about everything from heavy-duty pickup trucks, so a 3/4-ton pickup truck, through long-haul trucks. That's what we call heavy-duty. And the good news for you is that the efficiency of heavy-duty vehicles is pretty much defined now out through 2030. EPA and NHTSA released a proposed rule last month that sets standards for all those categories of vehicles out through 2030, or actually 2029. And so that's the fleet you're going to get. And so what does that fleet look like? It basically requires a 16% CO2 and fuel consumption reduction out of the class 2B and 3, which is heavy pickup trucks and vans and things like that, For vocational trucks, which is basically everything except long haul, the requirement is 16% for diesel-powered vocational trucks and 12% for gasoline-powered vocational trucks, which are about 10 or 12% of the market today. And then when you get to long haul, the numbers get a little bigger. And so the best numbers would come from a high roof sleeper cab tractor, your classic long haul truck with a box van trailer. At that level, you are going to see about a 30% improvement. And I say about because it gets complicated between the regulation on the engine, the tractor, and the trailer. And so overall, on a fuel consumption weighted average, phase 2 will drive an improvement of the fleet of vehicles in the low 20s. Of course, your fleet in 2030 is not going to be all 2030 model year vehicles. It'll include a lot of older stuff. So the question is, well, what's the overall fleet improvement going to be? Well, it's also going to be roughly in the low 20s because the current fleet is turning over, and it includes a lot of older vehicles that will be retired by then. And the current fleet is new vehicles you buy today are significantly more efficient than something you bought 10 years ago. So I would expect an improvement on a per mile traveled basis of fuel consumption and CO2 in the low 20s from this new standard. So one of the questions might be, well, can we do better than that? And I see two areas where there's potential for doing better than that. One of them is that the requirement for long-haul truck engines is a 4% improvement over a 15-year time span. And that seems rather modest. From the work that we did on a project that was basically the research that supported this rulemaking, we saw the potential to get maybe up to 9% out of the engines for long-haul trucks. The problem is that there's also a NOx standard coming. And some people like to pretend that there's no connection between NOx and fuel consumption, but anybody who's spent time in a diesel development test cell knows that there is. And so a portion of that fuel consumption benefit could be traded off in exchange for a NOx reduction. It may turn out over time that the trade-off becomes better than it is today. And we're doing a project right now with ARB that is showing some pretty promising results along those lines, looking at, what can we do to lower the NOx without having a big fuel consumption hit. So there may be some potential there on that side. The other one that is also relatively large is that the current standards don't foresee much improvement on the gasoline engine front. And we think there's actually a pretty substantial potential for improvement on the gasoline front. We did an internal research project, which is all simulation based, so we haven't built the engine yet. But we looked at doing a medium truck gasoline engine, and we were able to get CO2 value over drive cycles simulated that are lower than current diesel products. So there is a significant amount of potential. It's mainly a cost benefit to the user as opposed to an overall CO2 reduction, because you'd be replacing an expensive diesel with its after treatment with a lower cost gasoline engine, but at least you wouldn't be paying a penalty in terms of CO2. So the values that are in that regulation it's just a proposed regulation now, so they're subject to some discussion. I don't expect them to change very much. And there's a certain amount of risk associated with achieving some of those values, but there's also some potential for exceeding some of the values that are out there. Some of you may be aware of the Super Truck program, which was a program to look at a long-haul tractor trailer and see what could be done to reduce fuel consumption. The two programs that are finished out of 4 have shown fuel consumption reductions on the order of 40 to even 50%, depending on the route and whose truck it was. Those look really promising, and so you might think, well, okay, let's make that the phase 2 requirement. But there's some issues. There's a lot of things that are on those super trucks that are not very practical. For example, the ground clearance is pretty close to 0, and in real life you run over things and you'll break stuff. Another problem is that a lot of those aerodynamic features add up to about 3,000 pounds of extra weight. And so it took a lot of money in terms of expensive materials to get that weight back out of the truck and achieve an actual weight reduction. And another problem is that the engines tend to do some things that are feasible from a R&D point of view, but not necessarily practical. So very high cylinder pressures, very high engine out NOx, relying very heavily on the after treatment, which brings up OBD problems. So there are things you could not do in real life that you can do in a research program. So increasing the efficiency of the truck fleet is not going to get you your 50% target. You're going to need some more. Obviously, reducing VMT contributes directly to the extent that you can avoid running empty back to the port to pick up a load. That's a direct savings. But you have to weigh that against, if the economy grows and there's more demand for trucking, especially more demand for delivering stuff you order on the internet to your house, there may be a tendency of the economy towards growing VMT. To look at how do you deal with that. Low carbon fuels are an option. There's going to be a discussion of that this afternoon. I'm not an expert, but my sort of opinion is that it's hard to imagine them being a big contributor in the next 15 years. They may eventually become that, but it's going to be a long road. But there's one sort of silver bullet that's been laying on the road, and nobody's picked it up, even though it's been laying there for a long, long time, and that is longer, heavier vehicles. It's really easy to get efficiency if you just put more freight in a truck. So a turnpike double, which would be two 53-foot trailers behind a single tractor, will save you 25 to 28% CO2, depending on the density of the cargo. Am I hauling steel or am I hauling potato chips? But it's a big improvement, and it's available essentially as soon as you change the regulations. There are a lot of potential objections to that, which is why people haven't really picked up the challenge. One is road damage. There are configurations out there that would not increase road damage. You keep the axle load under control and you'll avoid that. There are safety concerns. Canada has a fair amount of experience now with a wide variety of longer, heavier vehicles. And I would suggest looking at Ontario and Alberta and look at their experience, which in some cases has been a dramatic improvement in safety, not the sort of reduction in safety that you would expect. So that's sort of the one silver bullet that would be easy to implement that I think is worth a look in the short term.
Good. Thank you, Tom. And finally, Jamie, and talk about the near zero and zero emission technologies for heavy duty sector, and then we'll move into some questions.
Sounds good. Thank you, Joshua. Happy to be here. I want to talk a bit about advanced technology, commercialization, and market penetration in the medium and heavy duty sector. There are three key points that I want you to take away. One of them somewhat contradicts what Tom just said. And number one is that we don't believe there is really a silver bullet technology. Meeting 2030 and 2050 targets for this sector is going to require both zero emission technologies and increasingly efficient internal combustion engines running on lower carbon fuels. We need both of these things, and they each have their appropriate place in the market. Number two, transforming the sector is going to require a really comprehensive policy approach with well-designed regulations, incentives, and other complementary policies. And fortunately, California is already doing a lot of the right things, particularly in the electrification space. So we're off to a good start, but we've got a long way to go. Number three, this really is going to take some time. We need to think and plan longer term. 2030 is a good target, but we've got to look past that because of sort of fleet turnover times. We've got to build in stepping stone technologies along the way to our ultimate goals. This is going to require real commitment, and we need to sort of accept that there are going to be some missteps along the way. So I'll dive in and start with some things to think about in this sector when you're looking at how to drive change. First, the medium and heavy duty market is really complex. There are many different duty cycles and operational needs. Trucks and buses are much more specialized than cars, and the solutions are going to be more varied as a result. The technologies that work well delivering goods packages around in Sacramento may not be so good for running long-haul trucks up and down I-5 in the valley. is why we really need to look at both zero and near zero emission options. Second, this industry is not as vertically integrated as is the light duty industry. Advanced technologies are often added either in the late stages or even as aftermarket solutions, and many of the companies that are really pushing the envelope on zero emission technologies in particular are small startups that don't have big budgets and sometimes struggle negotiating regulatory processes. So this is really important to think about when you are considering how best to drive and accelerate innovation in this sector. Finally, we need to think about sort of the voice of the customer. The fleet manager perspective is really important. These guys love to support advanced technologies, but really what they need is something that can reliably meet their operational needs, and they ideally want payback in 2 to 3 years or less. From their perspective, experiences to date on hybrid and electric trucks have been mixed. I think this is to be expected at the early stages of a market, and we think that sort of some of these early market issues will be worked out in the future. But looking ahead, low fuel costs and dramatic improvements in efficiency on the conventional technology side will definitely make this somewhat of a moving target for zero emission technologies. This really underscores the need for continued incentives to create a market here. So with that background in mind, there are a few sectors I was asked to address specifically that happen to be really good fit for zero emission technologies. Let's start with buses, as this really is a really great story. There are maybe a couple hundred zero emission battery and fuel cell buses around the country today. About half of these are in California. The costs are coming down really fast, and we're seeing a lot of orders. And the durability is increasing. This is a great story. California deserves a lot of credit for getting this market to where it is today. ARB is currently working on an advanced clean transit rule that creates a mandate for these vehicles, and at the same time, the state has been investing in development, demonstration, and deployment. This model, where we have both carrot and stick, is really going to need to continue into the future. There'll be some other issues to address around infrastructure and how to interact with the utilities, but we think these are all solvable. Bus market itself is relatively small in terms of total number of vehicles, but there are major spillover benefits that make this really exciting. The heavy-duty fuel cells and batteries and electric drive systems that we prove out in the buses can then migrate to truck applications. We're already seeing this happen with a few major companies, and this is something that we've seen in the past. Advanced technologies often make their way into the market first in bus, and then go to truck, and then sometimes to the off-road sectors as well. So this is a great story, sort of out there in front, and we'd like to see this replicated elsewhere. I was also asked to talk a little bit about last mile delivery, things like UPS and Frito-Lay trucks you see delivering things around your neighborhood. This is an urban start-stop duty cycle that makes a lot of sense for electrification. And we actually saw several major fleets deploying pretty good numbers of electric trucks a few years ago. But the market has really slowed down dramatically in the past couple of years. We've been talking to fleets to try to figure out why this is, since California really offers pretty healthy incentives for these trucks. And they've raised some concerns about upfront costs, utility demand charges, infrastructure, and the reliability of some of these really early production vehicles. We think that zero-emission technologies can be a part of the answer for this segment, but it's going to take a lot more work on the policy front, and it's going to take some time. We need to improve the business case and the reliability and really move from, proving technology feasibility to producing a really reliable commercial product that fleet managers are happy with. The transit and delivery, these are just a couple of examples. Yard hostlers, ground support equipment, drayage trucks, all these things may be able to leverage zero-emission capabilities as well. We'd like to see more places look like Middle Harbor. A lot of exciting technologies there. So if we do the right things, we could see zero-emission make a meaningful impact in this sector. What do we need to do to speed things up? I think ARB staff has put a lot of good thought into this area, but I'll just run through a few things. We need to see long-term commitment to public incentive funding for research, development, demonstration, and deployment. Can't stress this enough. Promising signs, hopefully in the budget this year, but we really need multi-year funding and need to commit for a while. We also are likely going to need to see some sort of clear longer-term goals and possibly regulatory backstops to drive interest in this area. You know, California is attempting to go way beyond where the heavy-duty Phase 2 rule at the federal level is going to take us, and incentives alone are not going to get us there at the pace that we need to move. We need to address some of the infrastructure costs that I raised earlier around, you know, utility rates and just the cost of putting in chargers. Some of these costs are pretty substantial when you have a fleet of heavy-duty vehicles. But I think these things can be solved, and utilities are thinking about this now. And we also need to take a fresh look at certification requirements and make sure that they're not slowing down innovation, especially for some of the smaller companies in this space. And fortunately, ARB is already thinking about that now. Looking beyond policy, it's also important to think a little bit more broadly about the technologies that we're aiming for. Even in the zero-emission space, we'd like to see a little more focus on zero-emission repowers. This is a good way to bring down costs and get some of those vehicles out there. Over the medium term, range extenders or dual-mode hybrids that can operate zero-emission some of the time in really highly impacted areas and near zero-emission the rest of the time deserve more focus. We've heard a lot of interest from fleets in these and openness to this from manufacturers, but there's not a commercial product yet. But really taking a big step back and sort of getting a little bit into the area that Tom was talking about, this discussion has to be about more than battery and fuel cell options. The internal combustion engine remains a really important part of the solution, especially in some of the more difficult sectors such as long-haul trucking. And we expect to see lower NOx trucks over the next couple of years. You can look at ways to hopefully increase the efficiency, and you can also run these on renewable natural gas or renewable diesel, as Tom also mentioned. If you do that, if you have an efficient, lower NOx, long-haul truck running on very low-carbon renewable fuels, this is a pretty good solution for long-haul trucking. I don't know how much this happens in the next couple of years, but we think this has a place in the market well into the future. The challenges and opportunities for these near zero emission technologies are really similar to those in the zero emission space, though there is an added issue of low carbon fuel availability, so I look forward to hearing about that on the next panel. We just can't lose sight of the fact that these are part of the solution and we need both zero and near zero emission. So sort of to sum up, cleaner technologies in the medium and heavy duty sector can and really must make a substantial impact on fuel use and emissions in California. We know the technologies are feasible. We've even looked at, zero emission drayage trucks. All this stuff can be done, but that's the easy part. The real challenge isn't getting the technology, proving it out with a single demonstration. It's taking that and turning it into a product that is actually commercially viable and then selling that in the market. It's going to take a concerted, prolonged, and really comprehensive effort to do this. We need to think about moving from proving feasibility to actually producing commercial products. And we need to build in intermediate steps along the way. I think we definitely can do this. California deserves a lot of credit for the progress that we've made to date, but we need to be realistic about what it's going to take, the mix of technologies, and the amount of time and commitment that this is going to take from the state and public dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Let's do a quick round of applause for all 5 panelists. Hugely insightful comments on both on-road heavy duty and light duty. I'd like to try and get to about 3 questions. We are still in the catch-up mode here on time, but don't want to lose the opportunity to take advantage of the wisdom here. So I've got 2 in front of me. If there's one more that you want to pass along to staff, we'll try and get to 3. First question to all panelists. I guess it'll be up to me to, or I'll go with the hand raiser who wants to tackle it. How do we address the facts? 32 million vehicles drive 185 billion miles, of which 92% run on petroleum. 36 million gallons of gasoline, 7 million gallons of diesel every day. Only 120,000 electric vehicles today. Let's see, 125 million subsidized purchase, 59,000 electric vehicles. So I think the question is, are we taking a realistic view of the challenge ahead to meet the aggressive goals and evaluating the costs? And I know, David, you would address some of those issues with the transitional costs and the need for public and long-term investments, but benefits that outweigh those.
Right. So I think we do understand something about the time constants for change in this kind of a problem. And 15 years is not a long time, which is why you can't expect, 50% market share of zero-emission vehicles in 2030. It's just not going to happen. However, we have made some progress in trying to understand how to model this, how to predict what might happen. But I have to admit that there's a lot that we don't know. I mean, as I said earlier, the problem of making an energy transition basically for the public good is a new policy problem. And so we don't really understand how many innovators are out there, what they're willing to pay, what the risk aversion of the majority amounts to. We don't know how precisely how important fuel availability is and exactly how many stations or chargers we need to put out there. I think, we need to do this research, but we also know that we are making progress. And we are seeing improvements in batteries, improvements in vehicles, improvements in chargers every day almost. And so I think we need to keep trying to model this, to predict this process, trying to understand it, using our best available information. That best available information, in my opinion, shows that it'll take a while, but this can be done, and if we can do it, it's well worth doing. I think that's the bottom line.
Okay, good, thank you. Second question addressed on the heavy-duty side. Are there any scenarios for conversions of existing vehicles if batteries reach 300 to 500 watt-hours per kilogram and $200 per kilowatt-hour? Wouldn't costs of aerodynamic, and I guess this is a secondary piece to questions on heavy-duty, so that was batteries. The second piece is, wouldn't cost of aerodynamic treatments decrease greatly with volume production? And then the third piece, once renewable energy and battery prices are amortized, the fuel cost is zero. With costs now expected, this payback time could be 3 to 5 years. So Jamie or Tom, do you want to take on the question of conversion technologies and aerodynamic treatments?
Maybe we'll defer to Tom on aerodynamics, but as far as conversion technologies, as I said, we think this is a promising area. There are a lot of fleets who are interested in converting some of their vehicles to zero-emission technologies. There are a lot of companies who are really interested in this space. Some of what we need to work through is, how long is this vehicle going to be on the road, and how is it treated in the ARB regulatory world, and there are some outstanding questions there. It's something that we think is worth paying attention to because it's a lower cost way to get more zero-emission vehicles out there and to start increasing volume on the batteries and the electric drive systems and all that. We're seeing a little bit of this in the bus world. Complete Coachworks, a company down in Riverside, does remanufactured zero-emission buses. They take an old chassis, strip out everything, and put in an electric drive system, and this is a much cheaper zero-emission bus. Starts to build volumes in this market, so worth talking about.
I'll cover the aero question, which it's true that aerodynamic features have been coming down pretty dramatically in cost. I started doing informal surveys in the Midwest in 2007, just counting how many trailers have skirts on them, because it's a very easy, obvious thing to spot when you're driving the other way down the highway. And at that year, skirts sold for about $3,000, and they had about a 1% market share in the Midwest. And now you can buy the skirt installed for about $800, and it has about a 30% market share in the Midwest. Obviously in California it's a lot higher because you require them, but people are buying them because they pay off. One of the problems with aerodynamics is that the owner of the trailer is usually not the owner of the truck. Right? So the trailers are widely used as mobile storage. They're your warehouse on wheels. And so there are 3 to 4 trailers for every tractor. And so getting the payback from putting skirts on your trailer is hard to see if you don't get a rebate from the tractor company when they pull it, which today you don't. And so that's where there's a basically a market issue that you can deal with through regulation.
Okay, good. Thank you. Last question, unless Floyd gives me a lot more time. In the context of the 2030 50% petroleum reduction target that was discussed earlier, the question is, the context here is the greenhouse gas CAFE standards will double fuel economy and cut petroleum consumption in half by 2025 for the new vehicle fleet. For the entire fleet to turn over takes 10 years or more. This means that California goal will be achieved by 2035 as compared to 2030. This moves it forward to move it forward 5 years would be enormous, if not an impossible challenge. Are there any ideas for how this could be accelerated?
When you consider the fact that the standards are already on the books for 2025, and if you look at the market penetration of vehicles that will be sold after 25, will again be quite a small number. So if you're talking about 2030 in use from the transportation sector, trying to accelerate from what's on the books is probably not even feasible, unless you can somehow have some sort of breakthrough where you can get a large number of electric vehicles on the road. So, we're constrained by, unless somebody wants to go out there and pay customers lots of money to get rid of cars that are 10 years old, we're kind of constrained by the policies that are already in place. Now, the goals are good goals. Need to do everything we can to try to achieve them, but certainly there's a strong possibility they're not going to be met.
Yeah, sure. If I can just add to that, I guess if you're looking at that strategy, I mentioned Europe's also looking at decarbonizing fuel. So if there's a way to bring forward drop-in biofuel replacements for gasoline and diesel, then that's certainly going to be able to help with being able to get to the greenhouse gas goals. But we do have constraints. You've heard it from various panel members here of either talking about payback periods, the costs of new technologies, the ownerships. Currently with the recession, truck life ownerships have gone 15 years, 16, 17 years. So we have this very slow turnover of the fleet. So anything here for California is going to need a sort of orchestration across a number of areas, ways to be able to replace older vehicles. How do we decarbonize fuels? How do we advance new technologies? How do we really penetrate into the market? It's going to need activity across all sectors, which is why I think these sort of symposiums where we're going to talk about all these different opportunities is a good way to be able to sort of start out that scoping plan.
I understand that grease is for sale, and you could maybe pick them up on the way down because their greenhouse gas emissions might be dropping.
Quick, yeah.
So I think we've mentioned low carbon fuels and energy efficiency and electric drive and that sort of thing, but we heard this morning about reducing vehicle travel, and one way to do that is pricing. And I think we should think in terms of solving a couple of problems simultaneously. One is the funding of the road system, which is being eroded by energy efficiency and as well as inflation, and then encouraging people to use less fuel and switch over from a motor fuel tax to an energy tax that is indexed to the average efficiency of all the vehicles on the road and inflation. So this tax keeps going up, but the cost per mile stays the same. And this provides a good incentive for people to buy more efficient vehicles, to buy zero-emission vehicles because they are more energy efficient. So these kinds of essentially no cost, if you will, pricing solutions may be able to help.
Good, thank you. I want to ask for a round of applause for all 5 panel members. And I'll turn it back over to Floyd.
Thank you, panelists. That was very enlightening. I really enjoyed that. I know as humans, we're probably running out of fuel right about now, which is why we scheduled the clean fuels discussion at this point. I want to do a time check with the speakers, particularly the ones in the afternoon. We're running about half an hour late. Is this going to cause anybody problems with their travel plans? Cliff, you have flexibility? Okay, great. All right, so why don't we go through the Clean Fuels panel right now, and then we'll have our lunch break at about 12:30. If you folks would bear with us for one more session, I think you'll find this very enlightening. Clean fuels is near and dear to my heart since my background is in fuels. Great. I'd like to introduce the moderator for this panel. This is my colleague from the Energy Commission, Tim Olson. His full bio is in the program. I'm not going to read it all. It's way more impressive than mine. He currently leads the Energy Commission's strategic planning for emerging fuels and technologies to develop alternative fuel growth scenarios, facilitate private investment in California projects, and conduct technology merit reviews. So he's quite integral to both the Energy Commission's and ARB's fuels programs. I'd like to introduce Tim Olson and ask him to introduce his panelists.
Thank you very much, Floyd. We have a distinguished panel today to cover a topic in about 45 minutes, and I suspect there's going to be an interest in a follow-up on this topic. So we're going to have the panel members go in this order. Chris Somerville is a professor of alternative energy at UC Berkeley, also the director of the Energy Biosciences Institute, which is a research institute at UC Berkeley and University of Illinois. And it manages a $350 million funding award from British Petroleum, focuses on advanced biofuels. Corinne Drennan is a senior researcher with Pacific Northwest National Lab and manages the lab's interaction with US DOE's Bioenergy Technologies Office. Her portfolio includes a wide range of projects converting biomass and waste residues to liquid fuels and chemicals. Simon Mui is the director of California Vehicles, Fuels, and Energy and Transportation for the Natural Resources Defense Council, and focuses on advocacy and research on clean fuels, clean vehicles and fuels. Chris Hessler is the founder of AJW Inc., which provides consulting services and advocacy for numerous clients involved in development and deployment of energy and environmental technologies. Formerly Deputy Staff Director of the U.S. Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works. Also a member of 2 CalEPA ARB advisory committees. So to begin with on this panel, just a little bit of landscape setting. Petroleum consumption represents 92% of California's transportation fuels today, and that reflects a modest shift from 2007. We were around 96% petroleum use. Some growth in a few areas. I'll go through that just briefly. Gasoline demand is expected to decline over the next 10 years, primarily from CAFE, the impact of CAFE, more efficient vehicles. And it's going through 2 phases. 2025 will be 54.5 miles per gallon requirement. We're estimating, and this is a North American phenomena, we're estimating, and most forecasters estimate, that means about a 2% to 6% demand reduction of gasoline in that time frame of the next 10 years, cumulative, depending on the price of crude oil, low $50 a barrel, high a little bit above 100. We also expect diesel, and I'm using diesel as the surrogate, but it's really the medium-duty, heavy-duty vehicle growth, about 1% to 2% growth per year for the next 10 years, primarily from freight movement and movement of goods, and it's definitely related to GDP growth. So that means we're using about 14.5 billion gallons, roughly 14.5 billion gallons of gasoline every year, or this year, 3.5 billion gallons of diesel, close to 2 billion gallons of aviation fuel. And part of this is, can we reduce that by 50% by 2030? Those are the numbers we're looking at. So as Rich Corey and Ryan McCarthy mentioned this morning, there are lots of government interventions in the form of policies, regulations, incentives in California. I counted up 24 of those interventions for the transportation sector, federal, state, local governments. And so those are that's the existing framework. We're broadly defining clean fuels as reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the form of carbon intensity, and then there's a magnitude that we're looking at reduction, and then reduction of tailpipe emissions, primarily nitrogen oxides and particulates. We're expecting from these clean fuels that growth trends will occur in diesel substitutes, lower carbon intensity switch in feedstock for ethanol blended into gasoline, and growth in natural gas and biomethane, particularly in the medium and heavy duty vehicles, growth of all electric cars, buses and trucks, and hydrogen fuel cell in those areas too. So that kind of raises some questions and indicates some trends in other areas, and that's intersection of natural gas, biomethane, electric generation systems with transportation, and which makes this a very complex type of objective in the future. So I asked the panelists to address 3 questions. They have other comments they would like to make. And the 3 questions are, what are your recommendations to reduce petroleum consumed in California? Trying to get to some actual quantification of that, how much of that 50% could be obtained from the clean fuels. What is plausible for each of the clean fuel options? And then embedded in that question, what conditions, circumstances are needed to be in place to maximize commercialization, and what's the time frame for that between now and 2030? So some of those things I kind of prompted them with, is it technology advances, research, business model changes, industry capacity improvements, investment required, sources of investment, government incentives or government policies. And then the third question was, are the existing government actions, which the 24 that I mentioned, are they sufficient to reach that goal, and what else is needed? So I'd like the panel to start off present their comments, and we'll start with Chris Somerville.
Well, thanks a lot. I want to begin by just saying I'm a technical person, not a policy person, and so I'm going to direct my comments from that perspective. First thing I wanted to say was, in regard to hydrogen, there has been a recent breakthrough in making hydrogen by direct photon conversion of water to hydrogen, and so in the longer term, that's going to be a very useful source of fuels, and so steps to move towards hydrogen are going in the right direction, but I don't believe there'll be anything from that initiative available by 2030. However, in the short term, one can do it by electrolysis or other methods. In terms of biogas, I think, well, I should say something about biogas and ethanol. Ethanol is, if you're going to turn biomass into fuel, ethanol is the most efficient thing you can do from first principles. That nothing can improve on that. However, and so that has implications because in the industry there's a belief or an acknowledgement that if you can sell a gallon of ethanol, why would you ever make anything else? And so, having said that, it is possible to convert ethanol to diesel and jet with quite high efficiency, but there's a small shrinkage, and so when in our current situation where you have gasoline, for example, that's selling above the price of diesel and quite a bit above the price of jet, even though we could turn it into jet and diesel, no one will do it because you get it, you have to take shrinkage on the value proposition. And so even though states like California could alleviate that by creating some financial balance, companies of my acquaintance, the big companies who could do it at scale, won't do it because they won't build capacity on the basis of subsidies. Particularly, they're worried about regulatory certainty. So I don't think that, unfortunately, even though we could make a lot of renewable diesel and jet, I'm skeptical that that's going to happen at scale by 2030, unless something dramatic happens with the price of petroleum that triggers it. Now, in terms of ethanol, we know how to make ethanol from biomass with a very high efficiency, particularly in Brazil. There's a lot of capability. We've been working in Brazil for the past 8 years and mostly looking at what will trigger the expansion of that industry, which could expand by about 8-fold without any intrusion on the ecosystems. So Brazil has the capability to produce by itself about 10 to 14% of all the transportation fuel in the world from sugarcane. And additionally, there's a lot of one of the 5 existing cellulosic biofuels facilities in the world is operating in Brazil now, and they're bolting on second-generation biofuels onto their existing first-generation sugarcane ethanol. So the capacity there is going to grow very strongly, and California could move pretty far towards the 50% reduction in gasoline use if we had a fleet that could actually use more ethanol. But as you know, the fleet currently, we only have out of a national pool of about 250 million vehicles, we only have about 11 million that are flex fuel. And so we're actually unable, in my opinion, to move substantially more gasoline into the system. So one recommendation I have is that, because California has a mandate for zero emission, a certain number of zero emission vehicles, I think we should also have such a mandate for flex fuel vehicles. In fact, I think every vehicle sold here should be a flex fuel vehicle, including the hybrids. That would allow us to push by 2030 quite a lot of ethanol into the system and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. That's probably the most significant, easy thing I can think of doing. And I think we should do it on a national scale as well, actually. I don't understand why we don't do that. I will say one thing about why we don't do it, just so in case it's not understood here. The refinery complex, the petroleum refinery complex, has to operate at very high efficiency in order to make money. About 95% or above and because we're already using 10% of our gasoline supply is ethanol in the United States, we're already hurting the refinery complex in terms of its efficiency. And so the industry doesn't welcome a move towards the use of more ethanol, and I'll just point that out, that's something you have to bear in mind in terms of making a transition. Now, from first principles, the other fuel that I think represents a big opportunity for California is biogas. California has a lot of resources, what I'm going to call sort of waste resources, like the 1,600 dairies that could provide really a large amount of biogas. It's almost second, in terms of the net energy efficiency, it's similar to ethanol in terms of converting biomass, but unlike ethanol, or at least advanced ethanol, the capital costs associated with making biogas are really low. The technology is mature. We don't even do research on it anymore. It works so well. And it can be implemented at essentially any scale, from really small scale to huge industrial scale. And so I think that we need more incentives to, and I know CARB or the CEC are trying to move in this direction. I think it's a very good direction. And we could, it's useful for both making electricity or fuels. In fact, the cost of making CNG or particularly CNG, compressed natural gas from biogas, is quite low. It can be done on a pretty small scale refinery. We have one here in Sacramento that's down at a couple of megawatts in terms of their capacity, and so the technology works quite well. The really big bang, I think, would be to actually inject biogas into the grid. Because if we can inject it into the grid, we can use it for anything, including the refineries in California use a very large amount of natural gas, mostly to make hydrogen. And so once we injected natural gas into the grid, actually we could use a really large amount of biogas, even just in that, and that would increase or decrease the carbon intensity of the fuel system directly. And that would be very efficient, much more efficient than necessarily having to gas up a bunch of trucks and buses with biogas. And so I know it's technically feasible in Germany. In Germany, there's about 8,500 commercial scale biogas systems in operation. In California, there's about 10 by comparison. And so it's entirely a regulatory matter. The Germans made a decision some years ago to implement biogas. They require pipeline operators to run lines within a certain number of kilometers. So if a small biogas producer wants to hook into the grid, the system has to put a line out to them. And the Germans just supported that, and it works really well in terms of efficiency. And it would really allow us to use a lot of biomass resources that are currently going to waste in this state. By contrast, most of my institute has worked in advanced biofuels during the past 8 years. We've spent about $300 million of BP's money working on it. I know it really well, and I can just say I'm very skeptical we're going to build a lot of those refineries in California by 2030. There will be a couple built out in the more biomass-rich parts of the country, and we'll undoubtedly import those fuels, and they'll contribute something to reducing the carbon intensity of our fuels here. But I think right now the incentives or the system is not poised to really support a rapid expansion of those refineries. So biogas for us represents for us in California represents a better opportunity. I think in terms of what I wanted to say, I think those would be the main things. I just wanted to emphasize something Jamie Hall mentioned, which was that it is possible to convert the heavy-duty fleet to biogas, CNG or LNG. We do have a certain amount of it already happening. Some big companies like Shell in Canada, for example, is installing actually LNG refueling stations across the Trans-Canadian Highway for that purpose. And so there could be, it is possible to recruit the industry to that. Unfortunately, probably in California, we can't do that because a lot of the trucking fleet, as far as I can understand it, is national rather than just statewide. And so that requires some study as to how to implement refueling for the fleet in California. However, it's another way of using the gas. So I think I've used up my time, and I should stop there.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris. So now, Corinne Drennan, could you provide your comments? And I think you have a presentation too, is that correct?
I do have a few slides, if that's okay. We're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about working with refineries. As Chris mentioned, there's a lot of sensitivity to us working with them, and instead of looking at this from the perspective of displacing them and their products, I hope that we can arrive at a position where we're actually bringing value to the refiner. Okay, sorry. Can everyone hear me okay? Barely. Okay, I will speak louder. I can definitely do that. How do I move forward? There we go. So today's infrastructure is very complex. The refinery infrastructure is very efficient, though. They have more than 100 years of experience. In the U.S., there are approximately 150 refineries processing about 20 million barrels per day. The technical challenges that we have in trying to integrate with this very complex and efficient system is that the catalysts that are developed for the petroleum industry are not necessarily conducive or amenable to stable bioprocessing. So bioprocesses often happen in aqueous environments, and there's oxygen involved, and the catalysts simply dissolve. That's just a very simple way to put it. In addition to that, we have to also be wary of materials of construction. Most of the things that we work with in the lab, and I'm sure that Chris's team work with, are austenitic steels. They're very insusceptible to corrosion. This is not true for most of the refinery complexes. So we need to make a tremendous amount of fuels volumetrically in order to enable to have an impact. So to do that, we know that we have to have significant capital investments. We also know that we need to get into the infrastructure at some location. So if you're talking about gasoline, there are only two molecules that you can put into the infrastructure after the refinery gate, and that's ethanol and butane. So then how do you actually penetrate the infrastructure? So refinery integration becomes a strategy, at least from our perspective, of trying to leverage the trillion-dollar infrastructure that's out there in terms of depreciated capital assets. But it's also a way to ensure that you can leverage some of the pipeline structures, and it's a way to get into the actual infrastructure itself. And there are three different locations that you can consider for doing this. The first would be at the front gate. So here's a different picture of that. So refinery insertion point 1, we've excluded that because the nature of biomass materials are not necessarily suited for jet fuels, for example. And oftentimes, even after your first fractional distillation, you take that piece to the jet fuel production facility or the production train because you don't want to have significant amounts of oxygen or aromatics involved in your jet fuel. Biomass is not going to play well here. So we excluded that one from the onset. And by we, I mean the National Advanced Biofuels Consortium. So just as a brief background there, the U.S. Department of Energy sponsored 2 Advanced Biofuels Consortia with the Recovery Act. And the National Advanced Biofuels Consortium was one of those, and the focus there was on producing hydrocarbon fuels. So to get back to the refinery infrastructure, insertion points, the next one would be refinery-ready intermediates. And this is where the focus of the NABC really took hold. In terms of at least leveraging some of the infrastructure and making sure we can actually get advanced biofuels into the system itself, that's insertion point 3, so finished fuels and blend stocks. That one's probably the easiest to do, but it's also the most cost-intensive from a biofuel producer perspective. So here's, again, insertion point 3, where biomass needs to be converted to a near-finished fuel or blend stock, and it must be completely compatible with everything, including ASTM standards. And this is going to allow us to tailor processes to the unique properties of biomass in terms of being able to fashion gasoline-specific fuels or diesel-specific fuels and actually improve the octane value or the cetane value, depending on the type of technology that you're looking at. So that's one opportunity or advantage to insertion point 3, but it doesn't give you the full advantages of being able to leverage some of the capital infrastructure that's already out there. So a lot of our focus, not only within the National Advanced Biofuels Consortium, but also within discrete projects and competitive awards from the Department of Energy, has been in insertion point 2. So there are a couple of unit operations within the refinery that one might consider co-processing biomass-derived intermediates, and those include hydrocrackers, fluid catalytic crackers, and cokers. The finishing processes after these include distillation and isomerization and other types of refining. But if you can get your biomass into one of these conversion processes, you are able to leverage or buy down the cost of getting the fuel to the finished blend stock by a significant amount, and we can talk more about that offline if you wish. But again, you can't harm the catalyst system or the reactor. You can't change the product yields. You can't put a biomass-derived intermediate in there and have it all go to coke or gas. That would defeat the entire purpose of making a renewable transportation fuel. And you can't compromise product quality. So let's say you can do this. It's technically feasible that you can get yourself into a refinery. So what does that look like? How much biomass is actually available? What does the refinery complex look like? And how many of them actually have these types of unit operations within their battery limits? We did a really high-level impact assessment on this, where we looked at refining capabilities that currently exist in the U.S. So according to the Energy Information Administration, there are approximately 150 refineries, and 136 of them have sufficient enough detail for us to do an analysis of this. So we categorize them into 3 main types. Those 3 types are shown in the last 3 bullets. These are ones that are non-conversion or non-hydrotreating. The second class is middle distillate hydrotreating capacity. The third one is full conversion. So these guys have FCCs and they have hydrocracking capability. That doesn't necessarily mean they have spare capacity. This just means that they have that capability. So then, what is the proximity of your biomass to that co-processing opportunity? We have a look here at using some very conservative assumptions and high-level assumptions. So the refinery locations are shown on the top right. The bio-oil production, just as an example, I'm not advocating any technology over another here. If you used fast pyrolysis, for example, to generate bio-oil, and you wanted to finish your bio-oil in the refinery, the amount of bio-oil that you could produce in 2022 based on billion-ton study, which is a highly designed universe, is shown in the graph in the middle, or the chart in the middle. The chart on the bottom shows you the refinery sites with the highest likelihood of biofuel production. And I know you can't see it, but if you look, and this won't point that far. So California is about 2/3 of the way down the x-axis, and it's mostly green and purple. And this means that many of your feedstock opportunities are going to be woody and, of course, agricultural residues. I'm sure that's not a surprise. But the initial look suggests that refineries and biomass may be able to fit together into one cohesive story. What we must be able to offer as a renewable community, though, is, and these are from a refiner's perspective, is safety, reliability, predictability, and profitability. Reliability in the form of constant demand, and being able to produce on-spec biomass intermediates at sufficient quantities for them to even be interested in wanting to use it or look at it. We need to have predictability. We're working on building models both at the molecular level and at the reactor level to try and understand how to tune refinery operations and explain how to operate these things in the refinery environment. But I think the most important is we have to bring a value proposition to the table, or we're not going to be able to leverage this capacity. So in terms of answering some of the questions that were posed to us, I think that biofuels in the midterm, I mean, we're already at 10%. We could probably improve that just a little bit. If we look long term, and if we look at a highly designed universe from the feedstock through the finished fuel, you might get up to 30% biofuels. And so that's probably your best case scenario. And so with that in mind, I would encourage us to think like a refiner and work with them instead of against them. There is a need for sustained policy and sustained investment in R&D. We can talk more about that later, of course. I've heard a few things earlier that really resonated with me, because I don't think that the business model that we're going to see happen or realize is going to be economies of scale. We think really large as engineers, and I think that what we need to consider is our infrastructure and our ability to manufacture. And so what we might see is that it's going to become economies of mass production and small modular systems that are a network of biofuel providers or biointermediate providers that can give us the adaptivity and reactivity that we need and the security that we'll need in order to pull this off. Those are my 5 cents.
Okay, appreciate those comments. Now, Simon Mui, please, Simon, provide your information.
Hope you don't mind. I've been sitting all day. And hopefully, feel free to stretch if you've also been sitting all day. Thank you to our hosts and organizers, and a great panel in terms of talking about fuels. You know, one of the pleasures I have is actually stepping back sometimes and thinking about where collectively our policies are driving us. And I think to the extent that this symposium is bringing together one of the governor's pillars around petroleum reductions, it's very critical to talk about, to take a step back and understand the role that the fuels policies as well as the fuel industry plays in helping meet really what are climate, air quality, petroleum objectives. I was reminded just this 4th of July, I hope all of you had a great 4th of July, when I was camping with my family. My 6-year-old son was walking and playing around with the other cousins, and we walked over to the reservoir to look at the fish and to jump in. And we walked over, and it was just gone, dry as concrete. No fish. Had to back up a little bit and explain why there wasn't any water in there, why there, what happened to, my son asked, what happened to the fish? And I think, we're here in part, I think, because we're trying to figure out collectively, together, what are the strategies that we can work on that can really move the ball so that we are, in fact, leaving a legacy where we don't have to do that type of explaining going forward. We've been talking a lot in the context of specific technologies. One of the beauties about AB 32, just to take a step back, is it has started sort of the transformation in our transportation system from clean vehicles to cleaner fuels, also reduced need to drive through better and sustainable communities that are more transit friendly. But we should take stock of where we've come before we figure out where we need to go. One of the things that you'll see here in the blue, orange, and green are the 3 strategies in terms of efficiency, smarter growth, fuels. And you see that efficiency has been a primary driver. These are the currently adopted measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The petroleum usage looks very similar to this in terms of the demand reductions. We've really only started to scratch the surface around fuels as well as smarter growth. And I think the potential there is very high. And in fact, we need to go there, as I show here, in meeting our 2030 targets. The fuels portion, the green portion you see there, really needs to increase in magnitude to really accelerate. So this is what's currently adopted and where we will need to go. And these are illustrative again, but I think it's important to talk about the sort of the overarching as we figure out the policy set that can get us here. It's very clear that the petroleum use, that we're already halfway there to the governor's goal, the state goal around having petroleum use. We do need to accelerate. We need new state policies as well as extensions of existing policies to really get to that halfway mark. Low carbon fuel standard, clean fuel policies are very key to doing that. And here's why. We've already made a tremendous progress with the auto industry. We're continuing to do that with the utilities in terms of reducing emissions, 50% having tailpipe emissions from automobiles by 2025 for new vehicles. Utilities, if you translate the RPS, you also are on a similar trajectory. Folks are talking about a 50% goal now. We've only begun in terms of fuels, the transportation fuels, to really push. We're at the infancy as well in terms of policy. So what we're finding is that the LCFS is actually resulting in a cleaner fuel mix today. We're seeing GHG emissions go down over the past 4 years from the beginning of the low carbon fuel standard. The amount of alternative fuels, which in California has gone up by 19%, as well as the reductions in the carbon intensity of the alternatives being used. So it is really about reducing the carbon intensity of the existing fuels as well as bringing in newer, cleaner fuels. And obviously, AIRB has worked on developing a number of technology pathways. Companies have come in to explain how they can reduce emissions through their processes, through their technologies. That has opened up a lot of doors. And while the standard is just in its beginning stages, we are on track right now in terms of meeting the standard. Now, I think going forward, this was an analysis we conducted that our consultant conducted, and we sponsored with Union Concerned Scientists and EDF, in terms of what sort of the 2020 and 2025 mix could look like. Again, this is illustrative in terms of the different fuel types. It is true that we will have an expanded alt fuels market made up of a number. There's no one single technology, but a number of different technology pathways. One of the ones I want to just flag, since Corinne just spoke about it, is the refinery side, integration of technologies to reduce carbon intensity, integrate renewables into that stream. Actually, ARB is looking at amendments this year to incorporate those. But what you see here is sort of both on the refinery as well as petroleum crude oil production stream, tremendous opportunities to reduce emissions as well from that. The flexibility as well as the technology neutral approach of the program is creating market value in the system for companies to basically figure out how to reduce their emissions on their process chains, change their feedstocks, diversify. You know, I'll just end, and this is my son here, saying that the programs in California around fuels, around the carbon intensity are really new. We have to, for going forward, really create regulatory certainty around those programs to ensure that we can actually achieve the climate and carbon goals, climate, carbon, petroleum reduction goals for the transportation sector. You can't do it without fuels getting cleaner, and I think most analysis has shown that. One of the key things, I think, a lot of the regulatory uncertainty around the LCFS, which has existed in the past but is slowly being addressed, going forward, those LCFS credits, those values, we're already seeing the policy as ARB looks to readopt the standards actually drive up the value for producers to reduce their carbon intensity. And, you know, a lot of folks talk about the LCFS in the sense of, you know, what is the impact on gasoline? What is the impact in terms of prices? We need to clarify that, because actually what it's doing is creating, you can think about like a transfer payment. It's actually creating value for lower carbon producers, while those using higher carbon are basically purchasing the credits. And so in that sense, it is internally a market consistent system that incentivizes all companies, whether they're an oil company, whether they're a biofuels company, to do better. And I think it is, in a manner, incorporating kind of the principles that Corinne talked about making sure that the oil industry does have a role. And I fully believe that we have a very large investments in place, and the question really is, you know, which companies are going to make that transition in a carbon-constrained world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Simon, and thank you very much. And our last speaker on the panel is Chris Hessler with AJW.
So our job at AJW is to help technology innovators understand and improve public policies. And when the governor makes an announcement about a stretch goal like 50% by 2030, our minds immediately run to how that's going to nestle in among all the other stretch goals that are already out there, and concern about the way investors are going to respond. Simon, do you have the clicker? Did you? So I'll just say that we embrace, thanks, market-based approaches, and as California has, and so everything I'm about to say is in the context of market-based approaches. But a bit of a preamble first. Market-based approaches are great because they reward overcompliance, but they only work if the signal speaks effectively to investors. It's easy for people to overlook the idea that investors are not monolithic. There are a lot of different types of investors with different types of expertise. So the governor's recent announcement probably got a lot of attention among early stage investors like venture capital investors, angel investors, but it's not going to register with the commercial investors. It may be noticed by some of the big institutional investors, but they're going to be not very responsive to it. It takes a long time to get technologies through a scale-up process into commercialization, and so the policies have to speak to all of them. The other thing that is important to bear in mind is investors need confidence that they're in this game for a reason. They're going to be helping mature a technology for a particular reason, and that reason is profit. So when throughout the technology innovation process, they're paying attention to, do the technologies work, what's the market acceptance going to be, and other things like that. The real role of the government in this is maintaining a steady signal that there eventually will be a cumulative profit reason, which keeps the ball moving forward in terms of the technology development, assuming everything else is going well. But the one thing that the government can really influence is the stability of the policy, the stability of that policy signal. So nothing chases, all those investors have other things they can do with their money. There's lots of competing interests, lots of ways that they can profitably invest. And so that's what they're going to do, is look for the most profitable way for them to use the resources they have. As soon as there's some sense of risk in a policy, that's going to send them all running for the exits, and it's going to really slow down investment and innovation. So when we're thinking about the 2030 goal, that's really important. We've got some base policies in effect in place, and they need to, the state needs to be careful about not sending a signal that it's changed its mind and going in a different direction about how it wants to get the market to react. Another thing to think about, and this may seem a little counterintuitive to some, but policy stability depends on a clear price signal, and a clear price signal often it means that you have to have some kind of circuit breaker. This isn't an out-of-the-box thought. If you think in terms of Wall Street, they have circuit breakers on their prices to prevent excess volatility from being very disruptive. The ARB has proposed an excellent cost containment mechanism in the latest round of the LCFS. But as we look down the road and say, where are we going to go with these policies, it's very difficult to hit intensity and date targets simultaneously. That can put a lot of pressure on price, and companies are smart. They're going to be looking at what happens when the price gets really high. They're going to assume a certain amount of political volatility, and we've seen this in the Reclaim program and elsewhere. If prices get out of control, there's a political backlash, there's a market backlash, and so policy stability depends on having a clear price signal that can't become a runaway price. That's going to undermine investment significantly. The last 2 points really are about the fact that the government wasn't in any of those colorful bubbles I had on the first 2 slides. The government's not an investor, and it shouldn't try to take on the role of becoming an investor. It's real easy for technology innovators to come forward and say, gosh, we can't get the bank to invest, so we really bring this great technology forward if you, the state, will just give us money to do it. And that has 2 problems. The first problem is you're picking winners even among innovators. And so if I'm an innovator with a good idea and a good technology, but the state invests in my competitor, who's to say that I wasn't the better option for the state in the long run? But the state has raised the barrier for my entering the marketplace. That's a huge problem. The second problem is that that the state can fall into the trap of assuming risk, and we've seen governments do this again and again, where they actually take the risk that an investor would take, and that's not a great outcome because the state isn't in a position, no government's in a position to really fully understand all the commercial, technical, market complexities. And so what the government should really be thinking about moving toward is using its resources to reward performance, set a specific outcome, specific GHG reduction, specific gallon displacement, that kind of a thing, and make sure that there's money there to reward people for meeting that. You know, Charles Lindbergh didn't fly across the Atlantic Ocean because he was paid to do so by the government. He was competing with a dozen other teams that were going after prize money. That's why they innovated what the airplane could do and took the risk to fly across the ocean. The government should really be thinking along the same lines. Okay, so lastly, just on getting to 50%. Do no harm. You know, there's some terrific policies in place. We've got to see how the markets respond to them. We need some time on that. Down the road, we can think about strengthening, and particularly LCFS, if the market responds really well in the, you know, maybe the 2022 time frame, we'll have a better sense of which of the fuels on Simon's pie chart are really the ones that are carrying the weight on getting us to the LCFS goals, and we could figure out how to go further and how much further we might go. So let's do that. And in the meantime, let's think about ways to complement the existing vehicle standards and the existing LCFS program in ways that will accelerate deployment. Again, I'm obviously emphasizing the need for technology neutrality. I think that's true whether we're talking about vehicle funding programs or whether we're talking about fuel funding programs. That's a really important element. But one sort of idea I'll throw in is that as we get more ambitious about thinking about the next generation of transportation, you know, it's obvious to everyone that fuels and vehicles are a system. And we've got these terrific base programs that deal separately with fuels and vehicles, and that's necessary, and I would never suggest that we walk away from that. But it's time to start thinking about letting these programs talk to each other, at least in small ways. If we're going to put more ambitious targets out there, why don't we think about letting, for some portion of compliance, letting there be an interaction between the two. If an auto company or an engine manufacturer wants to invest in a new fuel technology to accelerate its deployment, because that's going to serve a long-term GHG goal or a long-term petroleum reduction goal, that should be encouraged and facilitated. It shouldn't be a way of letting one industry completely push its compliance obligation off on another industry, but there should be, we should start thinking about interactions between these two systems, and I think there are really good ways where we could encourage and reward that sort of forward thinking of systems investment, and right now we're not doing that at all, so there's no incentive to do that. I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chris. If I have a couple questions here in front of me, if others have any, please bring them forward. I have some pretty lengthy, it actually looks like several questions in one, and both of these are related to electric utility policies, and to the extent the panel is willing to respond, we can do that, or I can make a couple comments about this question is centered around the correlation between solar photovoltaics and electric vehicles and current policies that have been changed, some in the last week, lowering prices for high consumption. This reduces incentives and payback for installing solar. What can be done to restore these incentives? Anybody on the panel wish to comment on that? Or do you even understand what it is? And I think this is related to a couple things going on. The solar investment tax credit this next year is going to decline pretty substantially. That's the biggest factor in solar photovoltaics and solar technology. That's a national policy that will occur. And a lot of these questions are related to California Public Utility Commission proceedings and policies. The second question I'm going to read to you, it refers to all the investment-owned utilities have proposed rate basing and making investments in electric vehicle charger infrastructure. And this question kind of gets to how are you going to protect these monopolies from trying to control the market? And I'm going to kind of defer that to the Public Utilities Commission proceedings. That's being discussed right now. And there are the pilot programs, PG&E, SDG&E, Southern California Edison, all have different ways of how they want to go about that. But the trend is you have electric utilities desiring to go into this electric charger infrastructure business in varying degrees. And it's a revenue flow that cannot be ignored. And the Public Utilities Commission is wrestling with how far does a monopoly go into that, and how do you keep the market open for the system integrators and the vendors who provide those kind of products. But I think a point of this, Floyd, is that these policies and proceedings need to be connected to the other programs and policies that are enacted or managed by the Energy Commission, ARB, other agencies. And so this kind of what I call the intersection is going to require much greater coordination just because of the complexity of what's going on. One of the other questions is, this is for Dr. Somerville and Corinne Brennan. Assuming you had a large fleet of FFVs which could use both alcohols, methanol or ethanol, do you see any role using CO2 as a feedstock in combination with renewable hydrogen to produce ultra-low carbon liquid renewable methanol? In other words, should we aim at replacing oil refining with CO2 refining? Or any who wanted to comment on that?
You know, offhand, I wouldn't use hydrogen per se to reduce CO2. I don't think that would be the most efficient thing. But I do want to say that the same groups at LBL and Caltech that have got the new photoelectrochemistry for direct water splitting with photons are also able to reduce carbon dioxide directly to carbon monoxide on similar catalysts. And so I do think we may see direct CO2 reduction coming up as a technology, but it's also somewhere up beyond 2030, I would say.
I would absolutely agree that I probably would not spend my hydrogen reducing CO2, and that CO2 technologies are quite a little ways down the road. In addition to what you just described, there are also electrochemical processes that are currently under development, but again, very early stages of development.
I think a good way of using hydrogen, just to complete the thought, is actually if you take biomass, which is highly oxidized, you can reduce it directly to hydrocarbons. And in terms of getting hydrogen into the existing fuel system, that would be one of the most efficient things you could possibly do.
Okay, any other comments? For another question here, an organization called ICCT, representatives here in the room, their analysis indicates a low carbon fuel standard 2030 target of 20% carbon intensity reduction could require up to 2 billion gallons of advanced biofuels annually, and this 20% CR target could reduce California petroleum use by around 20%. The question is related to, however, federal support for biofuels is fading and the market is likely to be frozen from the next 5 to 10 years. How can California work with the advanced biofuel industry to ensure this market continues to expand to meet the 2030 goals? Any comments?
I can't speak for the California government, but the federal government sure has not decreased its funding in biofuels technologies. There was a spike during the Recovery Act, and maybe that's what someone is referring to. But I think that investment is stable, and it looks to continue to be stable.
I want to repeat what I said, which is if you want to get more ethanol into the California system, you have to require flex fuel vehicles in the fleet. Because right now we're fleet limited in terms of how much we can use.
And one final question for Simon Mui. From the 2015 report, role of second generation biofuels looks surprisingly low and refinery improvement looks very high. Comment on these dynamics. This was referring to Simon Mui's report, I think.
Oh, yeah. That study was done by Petroleum, which we sponsored together with EDF and UCS. Yeah, the scenarios he was looking at, the consultant, in terms of various, low, actually as a function of the LCFS credit price, looked at the different technologies. One of the pathways in terms of the cellulosic side took into account a lot of the delays in terms of some of the projects coming forward, but also accounted for some of the new projects that are about to open with some degree of time to get those online. Actually, it was very bullish on a lot of the refinery technologies, partly, I think, for the reasons you've described, Corinne, that in terms of the value chain, there's an economic incentive there. There are also a lot of efficiency opportunities in the refineries themselves, which have payback periods. Improvements in terms of the value from the LCFS credits is actually, in some instances, doubling the value of those projects to integrate, increase yield in terms of in-use renewables.
Okay, thanks very much, and please join me in thanking the panel today.
I hate to use another food metaphor, but as a fuels guy, this was like going to the candy store for me. So if it were up to me, I'd stretch this discussion out a lot longer, but we do have a number of additional topics to go through. I want to thank the panelists again, very stimulating, very thought-provoking ideas and thoughts from you folks, so I really appreciate that. I'm going to try to get us back somewhat on schedule. If I could ask folks to sacrifice a couple of minutes of their lunch and be back here at 1:30, and then we could restart promptly at that point. Thank you. Okay, in the interest of time, I think we'll ask folks to sit down so we can get restarted. Hopefully, you were able to recharge your batteries, as it were, and gotten yourself some fairly good food. I know we have a really good farmers market across the street. Hopefully, you had a chance to go visit that. All right, so our next panel, as I noted earlier, oh wait, before I go there, I know some folks have expressed some desire, and I know we had some timing issues. What we plan to do is, if you wrote a comment card and you submitted it to us and we didn't have a chance to address it, we will be transcribing those and posting them on our website along with other written comments and things like that. The purpose being, this is to inform the entire process moving forward. So we're going to put it on there so that everyone could see it, and we'll be referencing those as we go through the process. All right, so our next panel is a nice big panel with lots of interesting speakers. They're going to be talking about smart growth and transportation choices. This is going to be moderated by Christopher Calfee. Did I pronounce that correctly? He was senior counsel at the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, OPR. Chris advises on legislative and regulatory matters involving land use, including infill development, resource conservation, and renewable energy. He has served as the lead attorney overseeing updates to CEQA guidelines since 2009. Prior to joining state service, Chris represented both local governments and private applicants in matters involving CEQA. Please join me in welcoming Chris Calfee, and I'll ask him to introduce his panelists.
Great. Thank you very much, Floyd, for that introduction, and thanks to all of you for rejoining us this afternoon after lunch. I'm delighted to see that so many people are interested in the topic of land use and transportation, so welcome back. This morning we heard a lot of discussion about strategies to reduce petroleum use involving more efficient goods movement through cleaner vehicle technologies and cleaner fuels. This afternoon's panel, however, will focus on what has been referred to as the third leg of the stool, and that is reducing petroleum use through more efficient land use and better transportation choices. Reducing vehicle miles traveled is critically important because if it continues to increase, we risk undermining the significant gains that we talked about this morning. In fact, we heard this morning that additional reductions will be needed beyond what we might expect to come through existing policies. But what do lower vehicle miles traveled solutions look like? Smarter infill, focused growth, and robust transportation choices, in a word. These solutions will be the topic of this afternoon's discussion. We are very fortunate to be joined by a very esteemed group of panelists who are working on these issues on the ground, and I'll introduce them one by one. To my immediate left, we have Jeannie Ward-Waller, who is the Policy Director of the California Bicycle Coalition. Her work includes advocating for better bicycle infrastructure and building coalitions with statewide active transportation, transit, affordable housing, health, conservation, and equity organizations. Jeannie holds degrees in civil engineering, structural engineering, and sustainable development from Brown University, MIT, and the University of Cambridge. Next to Jeannie, we have Susan Riggs, who is Acting Director at the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Prior to joining state service, Susan's distinguished career focused on affordable housing and redevelopment, both as an attorney and as an advocate, most recently as Executive Director of the San Diego Housing Foundation. She holds degrees in law, city planning, and Spanish. Denny Zane, next up, is Executive Director of Move LA, which brings together business, labor, and environmental leaders and organizations to raise new funding for LA County's transit system. In addition to being a transit expert, Denny has also been a force in local government, where as mayor and city council member of the city of Santa Monica, he wrote many of the city's downtown land use policies long before they were known as smart growth. And last but not least, we have Catherine Perez Estelano, who is a member of the board of directors of the California California High-Speed Rail Authority. She is an expert in urban planning, transportation, and stakeholder engagement, and is co-founder of Estelano, Lazar, Perez Advisors, a firm that works with cities, agencies, stakeholders, foundations, and business groups on strategies to promote economic development and transportation policies. She's also an adjunct professor at the University of Southern California School of Policy, Planning, and Development. Please give a round of applause to our panelists. But before I turn them loose on you, I'd like to say just a few words to provide some context. California's roads have largely been designed for cars. Scenes like the one above me are familiar to most Californians. But I'll say that well-planned land use can create space for people as well as vehicles. And ultimately, making room for both will cut not only petroleum use, but also give residents and visitors a range of places to go and choices on how to get there. Changing demographics will be a part of this picture. Millennials just recently surpassed baby boomers in absolute numbers, and this has implications for how we plan our cities and transportation systems. On the one hand, we're seeing that millennials and the elderly choose to drive less and live closer to amenities for a variety of reasons. We're also seeing that population increases in the mega regions throughout the country, which, if it occurs haphazardly, as has been historic precedent, can increase both potential congestion and greenhouse gas emissions. Even when growth is focused inward on infill development, we're seeing potential growing concerns around the impacts on existing communities, rising from displacement on the one hand and project feasibility on the other. Similarly, we're seeing that for many families, transportation and housing costs account for the majority of household income. Addressing these and other issues will require an increasing level of coordination amongst local and state and regional transportation and land use policies. As we all know, land use authority is primarily the province of local government. However, the state and regional governments also have an important role to play. For example, we heard this morning that SB 375 was a game changer in the way that it required regional metropolitan planning organizations to develop coordinated transportation and land use plans known as sustainable community strategies. The state plays an important role in supporting those plans and enhancing them with both funding, technical assistance, as well as alignment of our interregional infrastructure investments. The state can also play a role in ensuring that its own land use policies are consistent with the petroleum reduction goals that we've been talking about today. I'll give just two brief examples. First, the California Environmental Quality Act has been applied for decades in a way that treats active transportation and infill development projects as adverse environmental impacts. Recently, however, pursuant to SB 743, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research is working on updating the CEQA guidelines to move away from level of service, which focuses on autos, and move towards vehicle miles traveled, which better promotes the state's goals around infill and active transportation. Second, state-mandated congestion management plans also focus, again, on level of service and auto orientation. We're seeing much more focus on whether we can move those plans to a more holistic view and plan better for transportation choices that, again, are better aligned with our petroleum reduction goals. Our panelists will provide many, many more examples of state, regional, and local integration. So without further ado, I'd like to turn the mic over to Jeannie Wardwaller.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit, so hopefully you can hear me okay. I am going to build off a lot of what Chris said, and I just wanted to start with a personal note. As you may have noted in my bio, I'm an engineer. I'm trained as an engineer. I used to design big building infrastructure projects before changing and becoming a policy advocate. And I think that helps set a little bit of the context around why I come to this work and also why I think it's so important. Engineers tend to be very focused on simplifying solutions to try to optimize one problem. Let's find a solution to one problem. And I think with land use and transportation, we need system level solutions, not just optimizing one problem. And we're doing that well, I think, now with switching over to cleaner fuels and electric vehicles. But in terms of how people get around, how we actually improve mobility, this is a system level problem, and we need to get out of the engineering frame. And so that's my story of how I come to this work and why I'm so passionate about it. All right, this way. So as Chris said, we've designed our roads primarily for cars, and this is the engineering mentality: move cars efficiently. But I think what's clear in most of the state is that our existing system of roads and highways is not working for mobility anymore. It's certainly not working for achieving our climate goals. We need to start having a serious conversation about not only how we make driving cleaner, but also about how we just get people out of their cars and change behavior. The system has particularly not worked for the lowest income Californians, and I think that's important to highlight, particularly in this room where we're not exactly representative of the Californian population. So the freeways and high-speed surface streets that we have created in a lot of these low-income areas have really divided communities. They've created air quality issues, and they've also resulted in serious safety risks for the populations that live in those areas and really eroded their community fabric. But as Chris also mentioned, there are a lot of trends that are working in our favor and driving demand in the right direction away from driving. Auto mode share actually dropped in the time period between 2000 and 2012, according to the California Household Travel Survey. Fewer young people are getting driver's licenses. 20% of adults in San Joaquin County actually do not have a driver's license, which I think is a really important trend. Levels of walking and biking, Kate White mentioned this morning, over that same period have doubled. And transit use, and transit is primarily accessed by walking, so you can sort of include that in the walking mode share, and that includes over 20% now of our trips in California. It's equivalent to roughly 5 billion miles per year that are by walking, and about 2 billion miles per year that are accomplished by bicycling. That's really significant. Another important, in addition to low-income folks, students are an important demographic to focus on. Those young folks, the future, the next generation of travelers. And 31% of students in California in K through 12 age are walking and biking to school. But there's a lot of low-hanging fruit in that population as well. 50% of children that live within 2 miles of their school are still driven in a car. And that's a very easy distance to obviously walk or bike. I mentioned that low-income folks are subject to the risks of the transportation system at the highest rates. They also tend to be the highest populations of folks that are already walking and bicycling. So investing in those communities is really critical. A couple of other important trends to highlight is the shared mobility industry. This is a really emerging industry, and it's growing really fast. Ride sharing, car sharing, and also bike sharing are exploding in California. They're helping to make car ownership less and less attractive. And there are lots of apps now that many of you are probably familiar with, where you can actually optimize your ride. It will tell you what's the cheapest way to get there, what's the most efficient, the quickest way to get to your destination. And these things are all becoming really popular and changing the way that we travel. Specifically on bike sharing, there are cities all across California. I think there are 7 cities that are currently in development of a bike sharing system. 2 big city systems are already operating in San Diego and in the Bay Area. And Long Beach, LA, Fresno, and Sacramento are all poised to roll out systems in the next few years. Nationally, over 50 cities, or nearly 50 cities, have bike share systems. DC has nearly 3,000 bikes and just surpassed 10 million trips in the last 3 years. That's a really significant proportion of their travel mode. And New York City has almost 6,000 bikes in their system. There are also some new technologies in bicycling, such as electric bicycles, cargo bikes, folding bikes, that are becoming popular and providing more range and flexibility for these travel options. And this is demand that's happening essentially on its own, this shift in how folks are traveling. It's just demand that millennials and the retired folks that are trying to move back into the cities and travel without owning a car, they are really driving this. But we need to give it a stronger push to really achieve our 2030 targets. But the good news is that building walkways and bikeways in particular is much cheaper and more cost effective than building roads. And Caltrans has acknowledged the need to help move this shift in the right direction. In their recent strategic management plan, they aim to, by 2020, so just in the next 5 years, well before our 2030 target, they would like to double walking, triple bicycling, and also double transit use again. And I'm getting behind in my slides. So this slide shows the uptick of walking, biking, and transit since 2000, and then the goal by 2020 is actually going to walking, biking, and transit will make up almost half of the trips in the state if we reach the targets that Caltrans has set out. And the draft California Transportation Plan for 2040 reinforces these goals and the need for us to stop focusing on designing for cars and focus on designing for active modes. So how do we transform our system? What can the state do to meet these goals? I think it's critical that we invest in our streets and public spaces, making them safe, walkable, bikeable, comfort, convenient, and inviting. This can happen with targeted infrastructure grants, such as through the state has an active transportation program that invests in these sorts of projects. It can also happen as part of transit investments, improving station areas to make it more walkable and bikeable to access transit, through development projects, and even through road maintenance. The state is currently starting a conversation, an extraordinary session in the legislature to talk about how we improve funding for road maintenance because our roads are deteriorating rapidly. And part of that conversation needs to be not only repaving the roads and fixing the bridges, but actually redesigning and upgrading that system so that people can travel more easily and aren't stuck in congestion. We also need to talk seriously about strategies that disincentivize driving, and I think a lot of cities are starting to do this. Traffic calming measures, signage and signal timing that prioritize the bicyclist or the pedestrian and give them the right of way, reducing speed limits, and parking demand management, things like parking pricing. All of these contribute to actually making driving less attractive, and we need to take those things seriously and do them on a larger scale. Incentives and encouragement opportunities are also really popular. My first slide was of a picture of Ciclavia, and those of you from Southern California know it's an incredibly popular event in Los Angeles, which has really transformed the streets and demonstrated to people the potential for Los Angeles to be a walkable, bikeable city, and I think galvanized the movement down there. In addition, offering discounted transit passes and rebates for things like bicycling can go a long way in encouraging folks to use those modes. And I mentioned the need in low-income communities. I just want to reinforce it is really critical to prioritize our investments based on equity and correct the negative impacts of the system that we have created that really is not providing benefits to the folks with the highest needs. We need to pair our mobility investments with things like investing in affordable housing and ensuring that we have anti-displacement policies in place so that those folks really do benefit and don't just get pushed out of their neighborhoods. And I think finally the state should focus on doing better research and data collection around active transportation and what's working in this area. The potential for greenhouse gases is huge. 60% of trips under 1 mile are still by a car in California. Less than a mile, people are getting in their car to drive 60% of the time. It's kind of mind-boggling. Assuming an average walk trip of about 3/4 of a mile, an average bike trip of about 3 miles, if we achieve the goals that Caltrans has outlined, we have the potential to reduce about 2 million metric tons annually of CO2. That's a really significant portion of the overall transportation emissions. And that's assuming that only about 50% of trips are replacement trips because 25 to 50% are recreational and are not direct replacement. And then in addition to reducing greenhouse gases, you get a whole host of other benefits from active transportation that you don't necessarily get from just putting people in clean vehicles. You reduce congestion, you help goods movement by taking cars off the road, obviously air quality, and reducing the maintenance burden on our roadways, improve health, reduce stress. You provide more affordable transportation options, which again, to those low-income households are really critical. In LA County, folks spend roughly a quarter of their household income on transportation. More walking and bicycling has been proved to increase transit use, and there was a study recently done in the Bay Area on BART where stationary improvements that were walkable and bikeable, it significantly increased the number of folks who are accessing BART. Improving street level activity also improves neighborhood cohesion, safety, and increases economic activity. And then the safety benefits that you start to accrue by putting in better infrastructure really compound upon themselves, because the more folks you have walking and biking, the safer it is just by virtue of having more people on the street. So I think that's my last slide, and I'll just say we need to be thinking ahead to the next generation of travelers. We're seeing already a shift that we wouldn't have anticipated 10 years ago, and so we can't even really imagine what the travelers of 2030 are going to demand from their transportation system, and we really need to be thinking out of the box and driving towards that system. So I'll wrap up. Pass to Susan.
Good afternoon. Thank you for staying awake after lunch. So I'm going to shift now to the role of land use and connecting land uses, creating accessibility between land uses in helping to achieve the governor's goal of reducing petroleum use, vehicle-related petroleum use by 50%. By connecting land uses and providing access to alternative modes of transportation, getting people out of the vehicles, you kind of have a double whammy of shortening existing trips. And so if you can make connections between multiple uses, you can actually shorten the length of trips. Those trips that Jeannie was talking about of 1 mile, 60% of trips under 1 mile being made in cars. You can actually eliminate those by better connecting and doing some of the things that I'll talk about during my presentation. But I also wanted to emphasize and kind of build on some of the co-benefits that Jeannie mentioned earlier to making these changes and land use patterns. There are multiple co-benefits. Jeannie mentioned improvements to public health. You get people out of their cars, they're more active, we're reducing obesity, we're improving air quality, respiratory illnesses are reduced, and so public health is really impacted by getting people out of their vehicles and actually walking. The transportation cost burden associated with, folks having to drive further and further out in order to, access housing that's more affordable, ends up providing some economic benefit to local businesses, to local coffers by reducing that. The national standard that's been established is 45%, and in California, we're seeing in the Bay Area, 63% of folks' income is being contributed to just the housing and transportation costs. And when you think about a working, maybe minimum wage earner, that ends up leaving very little for discretionary expenses. And then when we think about what they're doing in order to afford the housing costs and they're driving until they qualify, what ends up happening is for every dollar that they're saving on housing costs, they're actually contributing 77 cents to transportation costs. And so all of those things are being raised when we're not providing housing choices and accessibility to land uses within the urban core. And the result of this, again, with the co-benefits is, the more time that folks are spending in their vehicles driving to qualify, away from the urban center, away from their daily activities, education, employment, all of those things, they're spending less time with their families. their kids are remaining unsupervised, perhaps in the evenings for longer. They're making choices because of the large proportion of their income that's going to these expenses. They're maybe not accessing medical care the way they should, healthy foods, all of those things. And so there's multiple co-benefits when we begin to make the connections so that folks can live close and reduce both of those, both the housing and transportation costs by connecting the land uses. Oh yeah, I don't really have too many. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so how are we moving to a different model? I think Chris had mentioned that earlier in the day that you guys heard about SB 375 and sustainable community strategies. So I apologize if any of this is a repeat. The state has already made significant connections by correlating the transportation planning systems and the housing planning and really beginning to make those connections between where we're siting housing and other land uses and our planning for our transportation systems. And so that's a big step forward. I think the other piece that maybe you didn't hear about earlier in the day is some work in the housing area where a corollary was that jurisdictions in coordination with their housing elements were required to begin to upzone property in order to accommodate their regional housing needs allocation numbers. And so that number requires jurisdictions to plan for housing for all income levels. And so there's kind of an implicit idea that if you don't provide density at a certain level, that you're precluding affordability for many folks that live in our communities. And so if you're zoning at 1 dwelling unit per acre, you're unlikely to get a home that's going to be affordable to someone earning minimum wage. But if you can zone higher at 20 or 30 dwelling units per acre, then perhaps you can build in some affordability. It's not guaranteed, but it is, it at least isn't precluded at that point. And so jurisdictions have gone through this process of upzoning. And so, we've put in place a foundation for all the tools in terms of the land use scenarios where we're doing the planning that we need and we're actually providing some capacity for housing in our communities that are connected to transportation systems through these processes. So we have a good foundation there, and there's probably more we can do. Now maybe I'll actually speak to my slide. So the key here is, so we've got these systems in place, and when we think about the design, the characteristics of the type of land use that we want to have in order to encourage the type of characteristics to make the connections. When I was in planning school, it was I think 4 Ds, and now I think it's up to 8 Ds. But there are the Ds anyway that really began to characterize what we need to put in place in order to make these connections and to create accessibility between land uses. I've mentioned density already. The core issue here is that we're going to continue to increase in population. We're continuing to have population pressure in our urban areas. And so the only way to accommodate that, absent continuing to sprawl into our agricultural and rural areas, which is obviously very detrimental to our state's economy that's dependent on those ag lands, as well as a very expensive alternative for local jurisdictions in terms of, investing in new infrastructure and extending infrastructure. That's not a very fiscally prudent thing to do. And so rather, if we can create the densities in our urban core that accommodate that population growth, at the same time really harnessing the consumer preferences that Chris mentioned earlier. 77% of the Y generation prefers to live in a dense urban community. And so these are our future homeowners, these are our future renters, and this is where they want to live. And we really need to be planning for that and accommodating that in the land uses that we're designing in our communities, as well well as aging populations that, don't want to drive, 60 miles in order to get medical services or to go to a grocery store. Immigrant populations as well really are showing a trend towards a preference for urban populations. And so everything is moving us in that direction where we have the ability to, through consumer demand, because ultimately it's the private market by and large that's providing this housing, to harness this and to increase densities in our urban core. Diversity in land use is really, really important. Once somebody gets in their vehicle, they're more likely to stay in their vehicle and do their multiple uses. And so if you can create a dense urban environment that has a mix of uses where folks can park their car once, or ideally they live there and they're not getting in their car, and access their dry cleaning, their daycare, their grocery shopping, all of those things in one walking trip or biking trip, then you've gone a long way to reducing the VMTs. This is, I looked at some statistics for, how trips are generated. And so I think, traditionally we've really, focused a lot, and including in our sustainable community strategies, on the connections between employment and housing. But the reality is that 27% of trips are for social or recreational purposes, and another 45% are for personal or family reasons. So we need to make sure that our religious institutions, that our parks, that we have parks in our communities, that we have recreational opportunities in our communities. And so it really means creating a whole variety of land use opportunities within the context of the density. And then I think the other piece of diversity that I really want to emphasize is a mix of affordable and market rate housing. So I mentioned before the cost burden. What we're seeing, a trend that we're seeing, especially in our coastal urban areas, is that more and more lower wage individuals and households are moving out of those areas because the cost has become so extremely expensive. And so we need to, and obviously folks that are earning lower wages are integral to our economic well-being, as well as our social well-being in our cities. And so, ensuring that we are putting in place provisions to integrate both market rate housing and housing for lower wage individuals to ensure that they don't have to drive until they qualify is really, really important. The other piece of this is that when we're citing a transit-oriented locations, there's a higher propensity for low-wage individuals to utilize the transit. So it really is a natural subsidy, if you will, for the maintenance operations. And so we want to make sure that we're giving proximity and access to the folks, the core riders of transit, as we're planning for land uses around transit. 5 minutes, okay. So I won't go through all of these. What else do I want to emphasize? Obviously, distance to transit is really important. There's a big emphasis right now on transit-oriented development. One thing I kind of cut out because I wasn't sure if Denny or Jeannie were going to mention it. The first mile, last mile question is a big one. If folks have to travel too far to get to transit, they're less likely to use it. And so generally, we're using a standard of a half mile to a quarter mile in terms of accessing that. And so if that becomes a barrier, then folks are going to get in their vehicles. And so it doesn't matter how much you invest in the transit if you're not providing the land uses and the connectivity that's necessary for people to get out of their cars and to get on the transit, then it's going to, they're less likely to use it and they're going to get in their cars. And so there are a variety of mechanisms that are being used now, lots of active transportation, complete streets, making safe, safe routes to get to and from transit is very, very important so that people feel like they want to get on the transit, as well as, the design and placemaking to make it interesting, to make it productive even to get on the transit. Maybe you pick up your dry cleaning on the way back from work. You're able to run errands by foot as you're going to and from the transit. Pick up lunch. Drop off your child at daycare, whatever it happens to be. Okay, so I will go to, all right. Okay, so what can government do? What can the state do? What are the impediments, the barriers, the action items that we can take on? Jeannie mentioned this a little bit. Considering integrating tools to prevent displacement and integrating affordable housing, housing that accommodates a range of incomes. There are, lots of tools that, local jurisdictions in the state, both from the carrots and the sticks perspective can implement to ensure, especially at transit-oriented locations that are more likely to gentrify and displace existing community members. We can implement tools at those locations to ensure that we can have a range of incomes and we're not creating places that are all high wage earners that may be less likely to utilize the transit. Tools to provide infrastructure investment. I think you guys may have touched on earlier today a lot on infrastructure investment. The key here is that many of our urban cores, have experienced a disinvestment as, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, we continue to sprawl. The focal point of infrastructure investments were about creating suburbs and moving further and further out. And as a result, many of our urban cores, suffered from declining investment and lack of maintenance. And so now as we're coming back and trying to reuse sites, we're trying to densify sites, our infrastructure is insufficient to carry that load. And so we need to create tools and look at ways to assist local governments in replacing and shoring up that infrastructure to support the land use characteristics that I've been speaking about. Removing regulatory barriers. Chris, talked about the California Environmental Quality Act. There is, a really strong argument for how, this compact urban development protects the environment, and so that really needs to be weighed against other impacts that are considered under CEQA. And so that's one area that we can absolutely look at as, being a tool for really encouraging this type of investment and reducing the overall cost of providing this type of development in the urban core, because frankly, it is a much more difficult development type than, just going out to a greenfield site, mowing down some corn and, building some multifamily housing. It's much more difficult when there's an urban, urban context where you don't have a place to put your equipment off-site and you're having to compete against traffic and, different, uses that are already in existence. And so, helping to create some equilibrium such that the cost for developing in the urban context can really be beneficial to providing this type of investment. And then finally, there are there were some tools that were really useful under our prior redevelopment law that are really significant to investment in the urban context. And this is something that, I think that local jurisdictions need to invest in and think about is, for one thing, lot sizes. In the urban context, there are, multiple small irregular parcels, and the prior redevelopment law helped local jurisdictions to assemble those in a way that allowed for a size of a parcel that could be developed on in some economical way. And, when you have just a triangular parcel that's a third of an acre, it's really difficult to make something out of that isn't exorbitantly expensive. And so if you can combine that third of an acre with another quarter acre and another eighth acre, and really put those together, it contributes to the ability to build something significant that really contributes to community character and getting people out of their cars. And then finally, on the environmental side, one of the big impediments in many urban communities are the legacy environmental issues that come from brownfields. And again, that was, a tool that we had under redevelopment law was the ability to deal with our brownfield issues in the urban communities. And, that in some cases continues to be an issue. And so thinking through, how we deal with the environmental hazards on existing sites that could be a key piece to creating, a vibrant urban community that could, house people and provide, some of the land uses that we need to carry out our day-to-day activities is really, really important. So I think I will close with that. Thank you.
So this is what a transformational moment looks like. I don't mean the one you're experiencing in the room here. I mean the one up on the screen. That is the morning after November 4th, 2008, and Los Angeles County voters have voted 67.8% to tax themselves, half-cent sales tax increase for transportation. That election took place about 6 weeks after the economy had crashed, and we were watching the president and candidates for president on television kind of floating in the air, right? Because you didn't know for sure whether they were going to just, and all of us together, kind of come crashing down. Like, was this the start of the Great Depression? We didn't know. Nevertheless, 6 weeks later, LA County voters, 67.8% voted yes. Now, I think what that did in some ways is confound some of the standard political thinking about what moves voters. I think it's important to note that LA County had voted for 2 earlier sales tax measures in 1980 by 50.1%, in 1990 by 50.6%. In those years, 2/3 was not the requirement, not till 91, thankfully. Without those 2 measures, we would scarcely have a public transit system in LA County at all. Now we had to get 2/3, a very high bar. You don't do that without building very significant coalition. So one of the things I think I want to offer is observations about paying attention to how we create public capital for these purposes and what kind of coalition building we need to do in order to succeed. Before I get into the coalition building, however, for Measure R and like measures, I want to add my support for the suggestion that a crucial part of our objective here in, not just transforming our technologies, but transforming our systems, is not just the system itself. It is also the land use, but within that land use, if we do not find a strategy to provide for affordable housing in those settings, we will fail. There is simply no question that lower income workforce is a crucial part of the transportation and transit equation. If we have smart sounding looking land use policies, but we don't have diversity in our demographics, we will not succeed in generating the kind of transit use that really will make a transformational difference. Now, what that issue has in common with the issue of transportation system investments is that they both face an extraordinary hurdle that we may be at a moment of opportunity to remedy. They both face extraordinary hurdles in bringing together the public capital needed. Now, once upon a time, we had redevelopment dollars, tax increment financing, that could be used by communities for affordable housing. Indeed, they were required to use a significant share for affordable housing. We don't have that now. Communities, nonprofit corporations, and others very interested in building affordable housing are struggling to find a way. Most have had their budgets devastated by that very same recession, the one that came after the crash. And they have little extra room for what might be regarded as investments for the future rather than in their current population. We need to recreate that affordable housing fund. We have opportunities. There's legislation in Sacramento. Tony Atkins' Bill 1335 would do that. We should see that bill and that affordable housing money not as a social policy objective, though it is. We should see that as an essential part of our greenhouse gas reduction strategy. Absent a resource like that, we will struggle to meet our goals. Sometimes, projects come forward around transit and they don't have an affordable housing or any kind of affordability contained within them. And proponents argue that this is TOD. The data shows that when you have upper middle class and middle class workforce and residents close to transit, you do not get the ridership bang you imagine. Affordability is not a nicety, it's crucial to this agenda. So I commend all of you to join with whatever coalitions you might to support legislation to try to recreate that resource. When we were building toward this transformational moment, it was at a moment of crisis as well. Congestion in Los Angeles County was, shall we say, crystallizing. It was seriously gridlocked, and we knew we had 3 million more people going to live there in the next 30 years. And LA Metro had announced they had $0 billion to spend on future capacity enhancements. Nothing. So it was like Chicago was going to come here today, and we were going to have the crystallization we were experiencing and no new capacity. That would have been a world of hurt. That would have been a prescription for heading toward, a second world economy. This is not what Los Angeles County wanted for itself. It's not what California wants for itself. Hence, a coalition did come together and lead a campaign that led to this victory. This is a bit of a highlight of some of the expenditure plan. What's most notable about this slide is that almost 2/3, in fact more than 2/3 if you count the share of local government return that goes to transit, more than 2/3 was going to be invested in transit. So in the highway automobile capital of the known universe, unless there's something on Pluto we haven't found, 2/3 of the voters voted for 2/3 of their money to go to invest in transit. That was a pretty remarkable transformational moment. This is what our rail transit system looked like in 1920. Everybody remembers this. I think this was when Roger Rabbit was birthed. This was our rail transit system in 1990. See anything? There was nothing. This is what it will look like after Prop A, Prop C, and Measure R complete their investment in a rail transit system. A pretty remarkable transformation. 25 years is not long. How many people think 25 years is a long time? You must be under 25. Everybody who's worked on this for a while knows that we count time in decades when we get real stuff done. And so we should think now about long-run strategies. In order for Measure R to come together like this, it required coalition building. And coalition building is not only a necessity, it also must be intentional. Maybe there are accidental coalitions that come together and get something done, but in most cases, coalitions, somebody must decide that this is their mission, or several people must make it their mission. What we found when we set out to build a coalition for Measure R was that this universe of disparate constituencies in Los Angeles County that had been rumored to be just unorganizable and so, entrenched against one another, the labor, the business, and the environmental communities. In fact, they were ready. They were ready. They were just looking for somebody to call the meeting. When we did, we invited about 35 organizations, major organizations, Chambers of Commerce, Building Trades Council, California LA County Federation of Labor, Sierra Club, yada, yada, people who had great differences. They all came. 34 out of 35 organizations showed up. They were waiting for a call because everybody knew that this issue, this transformation of our transportation system had to happen. It was fundamental. And they all had a common interest. What we said at the beginning is everybody should think big, but expect to win only 70% of what you were thinking of, because there was going to have to be some give and take. And folks were willing. Frankly, it was remarkable how willing they were. I think LA had come to, even the business community had come, even the building trades had come to the view that building more highways was simply not the prescription for the future. We needed a multimodal system. But there are really several kinds of coalitions that we must look at. What I've described or begun to describe is a constituency coalition. Well, that's a vital coalition because that's the coalition that runs a campaign. But there also must be a geographic coalition. In Los Angeles County, there are multiple subregions. Catherine works with one, the West Side Council of Governments. There's the South Bay, there's the San Gabriel Valley, there's the San Fernando Valley, etc. If you're going to win 2/3 vote, oh, by the way, did I mention in California it requires 2/3 vote? All right, anybody out there tell me anywhere else in the known universe that requires 2/3 vote for something like this? Anybody? Pluto? It's not possible. In fact, people thought winning 2/3 was not possible until we did it. And we realized that not only were the constituencies ready, the voters were ready. Something had shifted from 1980 when we got 50.1% and 50.6% to now when we got 2/3. Something had shifted. It wasn't just good organizing, it was good timing. We are at a special moment, and we're still there. We're still at that moment. But we have to get smart about how we organize our campaign and our coalitions. One lesson, we think, is that when you try to organize a 2/3 vote in Los Angeles County, you got to think big. No small ball here. You'll never get 2/3 vote for that line down Wilshire Boulevard. You'll never get 2/3 for that line anywhere. San Fernando Valley is not going to vote 2/3 for the Wilshire Corridor. You better have a big enough program so that all parts of the county can win and see themselves winning. So you can unite the geographic areas of this. And I'll bet you this is a principle that applies broadly. That if we think bigger, we can build bigger, stronger coalition. We can provide for more needs. More constituencies, more communities can see themselves the winners. Now, we used to think small because voters don't like big. If you don't think big, you'll never get the coalition you need to get 2/3. So I think, I guess my lessons to you is that on this coalition building issue, number one, somebody's got to decide to do it. It's not going to happen by itself. Somebody's got to make it their mission. Number two, it's going to be both constituency and geographic if you're going to win. The constituency doesn't run, the geographic doesn't run the campaign. That's what the constituency does. But geographic constituencies need to be served. And we must think big. We need to do this for housing as well as for transportation. And so I think last remark to you as we think about what we need to do implementing SB 375, AB 32, we need to figure out a way to make this public capital more accessible. And there is a way, and it's in the legislature. It's called ACA 4. It would lower the voter threshold. It's a constitutional amendment, proposed constitutional amendment, to lower the voter threshold to 55%. so that it's more winnable, so that you don't have communities refusing, reluctant to go to the ballot because they don't think they can win. We need to add that into our special session. You need 2/3 vote for some legislative package for money for transportation, for maintenance and repair. Let's make that maintenance and repair not only of highways, but of transit systems. And let's throw into the package this transportation reform so our communities can see a future they actually can win. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. And thank you, everyone, for, first of all, the invitation to participate in this panel discussion, but also for the opportunity to kind of update everyone with the status of the high-speed rail program. And I just wanted to say that it's kind of an interesting barbell between housing and coalition building, but the important part is also how we think about programs that we're investing in, that we've already invested in the state. So to be clear, I think everybody has said already that the state is growing, and everybody knows the state is growing. We have, by 2050, about 50 million people living in California. And so those dynamics of growth and the need to support those populations are not going to change. And so the fact is that we have to think about housing, we have to think about jobs, we have to think about transportation, and the high-speed rail program is addressing a component part to that. But the station the stations where the train will be stopping is actually where my focus has been on the board. The land use and transit piece, it's a fundamental goal. When you think about greenhouse gas reductions, petroleum reduction use, those are the ways in which we're going to get the state to meet the goals that have been set and that we can meet. But we have to work together and we have to work collaboratively. So some of the challenges in terms of meeting the future demand of transportation is how do we do that? You can't build a system, and Denny talked about this and Susan did, you can't build a system for tomorrow by today's standards. And so one of the things that we are doing in the high-speed rail program is looking at, what are the trends? How can we make sure to build a system that is designed for the future? Because those are the folks who are going to be most interested in terms of accessing alternative modes. And I think Jeannie mentioned it. We have a decrease in miles traveled. We have a decrease in drivers in the state. And we think that that's going to continue. Private alternatives are also going to be, how would you say, popping up, whether it's Uber or Lyft or any kind of other mega bus, whatever it is, there's going to be private alternatives. But the distance between San Francisco and LA continues to be the busiest short haul in the United States. And any of those of you who go to Southern California on a regular basis, it's pretty dicey to kind of get a on-time departure or an on-time arrival. I mean, at one end of it, you're going to be delayed, and it's just a consistent kind of condition. And the challenge for us is how do we meet the kind of human transport needs of, economies, of opportunities, of entrepreneurship, if in fact we don't build the systems in place that allow people for the transportation mode alternatives. So one of the things that I wanted to address specifically is how we're thinking about those stations. If you're in the Central Valley, you know that we're beginning the construction of the program in Fresno, and we're not thinking station, and Denny's absolutely right. You cannot think station. We're thinking district. We're thinking how can we bring the program, the high-speed rail program, not just a land use and transit piece, but how can we make it very comprehensive and, in short, trying to bring and entice private investment, because a lot of the activity that's going to be happening at these stations, which are going to be catalytic, how can we get the private investors to say, yeah, that's an opportunity I'd like to build next to, and how can we begin to look at the other pieces which make communities work. So if we can look at designing these stations in partnership with the cities, that is our goal at the High Speed Rail Authority, is to provide planning grant money, which we are already doing. And Fresno is one of the first ones to do it. But we are also doing planning grant investment in other cities. One of the things that I'm very excited about in partnering with the city of Burbank is an eco-district incubator. And the eco-district incubator concept is really looking at a station holistically. So it's not just the land use and the transit and making sure that the buses, and the buildings work together. It's at the stormwater, it's at the sustainability, the energy, the water, even the jobs, the economic development, the education, that everything comes together in that district. And one of the opportunities that I see high-speed rail offering is looking at perhaps an investment piece to that. So, while we're talking about maybe it's clean fuels or alternative modes, if there's no money behind some of these ideas, then they won't happen. And if there's no voters supporting some of these ideas, they won't happen. So the thing that on the board of the authority that I'm trying to do is say, how can we bring not only good planning and the strategies that we've been discussing here today, but then how can we put the money in place to get these cities to actually move these plans forward? So there's the enhanced infrastructure financing districts that we're looking at, kind of complementing the planning. So you have the planning, you have the money, and you have the opportunity to actually move these stations into areas where they become opportunities for development, for investment, and as we've said, some kind of resource sharing, meeting the goals of the local jurisdictions, and also making sure that we address some opportunities for development. So we are accelerating the program. We have, with the commitment of the legislature for cap and trade, we are moving the program from on the southern segment forward. And so we are looking from Palmdale down to Union Station in Los Angeles. That segment is well underway in terms of the planning and outreach. We had our board meeting in June where we had over 400 people come and participate in our board meeting. And what they were talking about is they wanted to discuss the corridors. They wanted to participate in, like, how can the high-speed rail program improve our community even if we're not a station city? So that's the other part to this, is that you may have a station city, but you've got those corridors in between. One of the things that we are talking seriously about is how do we invest and making sure that it's an equitable investment between the stations, because sometimes between those stations, you have so many opportunities and you have to realize them and they will feel left out. So how do we connect those pieces so that we have equitable access to the stations, as well as making sure that people feel like they're being treated fairly in terms of the development of the program? So that's what we're doing with communities, as Denny mentioned, in the San Fernando Valley, in the portions of Burbank, and we're trying to look bigger than just the station. We're looking at larger, and in the world of clean fuels and alternative technology, we're stretching the limits so that we can actually have the impacts and the benefits go beyond high-speed rail. And with that, I just want to say that to me, one of the biggest concerns I have in terms of the conversations that we've had here today is that we need to make sure that we have access to all communities in terms of the benefits that new technologies and clean fuels bring. One of the mismatches that I have seen is the mismatch between good policy and implementation. So, for example, in Los Angeles, and if you read the LA Times, we just had the opening of the Martin Luther King Hospital. It had been closed for many years. It was a troubled hospital, and I happened to have the opportunity to work with the supervisor on moving that project to have it open. It just opened. And this is a predominantly low-income, minority, very, well, we shouldn't say minority because now Latinos are the majority, but according to the census. But my point is that this is a very diverse, deeply diverse, and socially distressed community. In front of that hospital sat 50 low-emission vehicle parking spots, right in front of the hospital. And it was such a mismatch with that community that I just looked at the supervisor and said, sir, how many folks in this community drive EVs or Priuses or, Teslas? And he just looked at me, he says, this is an example of the mismatch between the technology that is available and the access that communities have. And we need to make sure that as we're pulling these programs forward, we're pulling everybody along and that access is equitable. Because to me, if we make sure that all the affluent communities have all the nice amenities and all the clean air opportunities, it doesn't matter a bit if other communities are left behind, and that those children and that those folks are left with the conditions that no one wants to live with. So I just want to make sure that, for me, that is a primary goal. I'm very excited to hopefully engage in a conversation because I want to make sure that as a board member, as an appointee of the governor, on the little piece of what I'm doing, I can learn from you and I can bring that to what I'm trying to do to advance the state further. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. So please join me in thanking our panelists one more time. That was excellent, all of you. Just as a real quick wrap up, what I heard this afternoon was, number one, that land use, it is a key piece to making our petroleum use goals actually happen. And doing that requires that we look at transportation from several different perspectives. On the one hand, we heard about needs for investing in different types of transportation modes and both infrastructure and maintenance. We heard that looking at transportation includes looking at the need for affordable housing and project feasibility, and thinking about how our transportation and other types of projects impact people and equitable access to those transportation goods. We need to think about updating regulatory processes to make sure that these projects actually get off the ground. We heard about the need for building, thinking big and building bigger coalitions to make our transportation projects work. And lastly, we heard about thinking about transportation projects as part of a system and doing system-wide planning, and the eco-districts was a very vivid example of that. So I'll ask Floyd, we do have 2 comments, okay. Okay, so I will, compliments on the good topics chosen for today, thank you for that. There's a note that society doesn't have infinite resources. So how are we going to gauge effectiveness in GHG reduction potential, cost efficiencies, monetary efficiencies, and other metrics? So number one, it looks like we're asking, how do we measure progress on these areas? And number two, once we identify a metric, how do we go about prioritizing? So I'll open that up to any of our panelists.
I want to say something about the not having infinite resources. A half-cent sales tax in Los Angeles County will cost the average resident about 8 cents a day. So let's take a look at that map of that transit transformation that's taken place there, and appreciate that when our resources are focused and disciplined, we can do remarkable things. There are 10 million people in Los Angeles County, and that's why it adds up so much. But it really does not require a heavy personal financial lift to make that happen. So I think we have to be real about our numbers. Thank you.
And I'll just try and address the how we measure. The first thing I would say is we shouldn't measure short-term investments by the immediate results. A lot of these investments are things that create exponential benefits over time. They accumulate over time as you begin to make the investments and the connections are made. And the immediate dollar investment is realized not just through the connections, but through all those co-benefits that I mentioned earlier in my remarks in terms of our educational systems, our medical systems, our public health, all of the externalities that are represented by having poor land use those things aren't being quantified very well. And so we have to recognize that when we are paying, $20 million to invest in a transit-oriented development project, that the realized benefits of that investment is not just in the structure and the bricks and mortar, but in the quality of life for that community and the quality of life for those residents, in the cost to the public fisc through a variety of public systems. And so I think we have to think longer term, and we have to think outside of the immediate bricks and mortar and think about all of the co-benefits that occur when you make the right investment and choose the right type of land use patterns.
I'll just add one thing. I think it's about partnerships. We don't ever get one thing done by one sector. The public sector can't get everything done. The nonprofit, the CBOs, and the private sector, we have to work in collaboration. It's kind of the stuff that Denny did that was so effective at getting us to actually pass a measure. We then failed another time, and now we're looking at even a $120 billion measure possibly next November. And I think we'll be successful in that. Yes, we will be successful in that. But I would offer that it is the partnership piece that, if we expect the greenhouse, GHGs to be reduced just on the back of, private industry because the public sector says that's what you got to do and that's a mandate, I think we need to think about how can we collectively get there and how can we collectively, for the benefit of the state, and it is a true gift to be living in a state that is such on the front end of so many ideas and traveling around to other parts of the world and in this country. People look to California for trend setting, and it's painful. It's not easy. I agree, and I come from private sector as well as public sector. It is difficult, but together, working, problem solving for the benefit of all and the access of everyone, I think is for us as a state where we want to be.
And I just want to add too, so I'm not the only one left that doesn't comment on this. In terms of how we prioritize, we need to prioritize where the highest needs are and the places that have been least invested. And so I think to build off what Susan said, we need to be looking at the full range of costs and benefits over the life cycle, and the full range of benefits, not just getting people from A to B, but all of the other impacts that go along with the transportation system. And we need to be prioritizing investments in the places with the highest needs that have been neglected.
Great, thank you all for that. We did get one more question that was directed at Susan, but I think any one of our panelists could also offer their perspectives. Susan, the question is, there was an observation that there have been so many mixed-use developments that are actually missing the business piece. They're not able to lease out the commercial space or get a healthy diversity of businesses to occupy that space. So do you have any thoughts on what would be needed to actually make mixed-use developments actually feasible?
I think it is that evolutionary thing. I mean, it's, kind of the density question is a chicken and egg. So it's not just if you build it, they will come. It is if you build it and there's a concentration of population that can serve, that business can serve and can support that business, then they will come. I mean, every business has to do a market plan in order to get a loan to build out their space, and all of that is economics. It's all capitalism, and so until you have a concentration of population that supports, it's very much like transit. You can't operate transit absent having the ridership, and so it's very much a chicken and egg thing. And I think it really is just creating the concentration of population and the concentration of uses that enable those businesses to thrive and to benefit from the mix of uses. But it really is. I mean, and quite frankly, I mean, there have been financial impediments in making this transition. I mean, for many years, banks didn't know what to do with these mixed-use, weird products. I mean, they were, financial institutions were really accustomed to financing a housing development or a commercial building or an office building, an industrial building, and that's what they knew to do. And then suddenly there's this hybrid thing going on, and so for many, many years, it was really an impediment in even getting this stuff financed. Many of even the governmental programs were slow to kind of catch up in encouraging the integration. And so, it really is an evolution in our urban markets to really support that type of mixed use.
I would like to add that when we were doing the planning around Santa Monica's 3rd Street Promenade and the downtown area around it, which turned out pretty good, one of the things that we did for the early mixed use, because there hadn't been a mixed use project in anybody's memory at that point, all this specialization wasn't just finance, it was also all the building codes, and frankly the development community was also very specialized, and the idea that you could mix them together was really at that moment in time thought to be unheard of. You know, one particular architect did a few buildings back then, and what he convinced us to do was to be flexible in the commercial space in the early days until there was a population density, and then to have more rigorous requirements, more demanding requirements of commercial uses a decade out, so that the population would grow, and then you wouldn't be creating dead space for that decade for those early developers. So I think as you do your planning, you can even build into your code that kind of transition where the ground floor standards are more demanding of commercial uses, you know, down the line as the population grows. You even set population benchmarks to trigger those requirements becoming more commercially demanding.
I just want to say that's a very welcome question from this audience. I didn't expect a question about the retail and how come we have empty retail, basically. And I just had this argument with somebody. Well, he was arguing with me yesterday. He was telling me, how come we have so much empty retail? How come we have allowed cities to overzone for retail? And it's because of the formula. You know, cities need financial resources to provide services for their constituents, and the bottom line, it was the sales tax revenue that was gained through retail zoning, and so the zoning accommodated commercial. Meanwhile, housing was left to the bitter kind of fledgling edges, and then now we're at a place where the mixed use and kind of form-based codes have allowed us to actually be much more flexible. And that's where I think we're at in terms of development, is we're looking at how spaces can evolve over time. So it doesn't have to be, and I coming from real estate development, I totally know what it means when you say, I have a, you know, I predict my residential will be at 96%, you know, full. It'll be 96% full, 4% vacancy over the lifetime of my project. Oh, the retail will be 20% vacancy. In other words, you have no belief in your retail. Your retail stinks. So what's happening is the development community is now saying, wait a minute, how about if we think about alternative interim uses? While we're waiting for the retail to pick up, the residential will always do well because we aren't building enough housing. And so the residential will always perform, and it can carry the retail, that retail space, but it should be flex space. So maybe that space serves a community purpose for a while, or maybe a gallery space or a educational space. There is flexibility that's got to be written into the codes that allow developers to basically say, you know what, I'm going to build in this ground floor stuff, and for the first 3 years, we think it's going to be an aftercare program for kids. You know, and after that, but I got to have the flexibility from my banking institutions and my cities to say, I don't know what it's going to be, but we'll make sure that it's accessible. We'll make sure that it's got some animation, and it just doesn't look like a dark, closed up, you know, empty box sitting on the base of a bunch of folks who are stuck with it. So I'm sensitive to that, and I totally understand. And I'm glad you asked the question, because it is something that I think planners and really the zoning, I really put it at the zoning folks, that they need to think harder about how we kind of have interim uses so that our downtowns, as we're revitalizing them, we don't kind of sit with these blank spaces for long periods of time.
Thank you very much, panelists. I really enjoyed the cogent insights, truly from the ground level. I really appreciate that, pun intended. Thank you very much. Please, last round of applause for these folks. And our last speaker, last but not least, is Cliff Rechtschaffen. He is the senior advisor in the Office of California Governor Jerry Brown, working on climate, energy, and environmental issues. In 2011, he served as acting director of the California Department of Conservation. He's got a number of accolades. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip those. Cliff is a great person to work with, and I'm looking forward to his closing comments. And afterwards, I'll provide some additional wrap-up and before we get into the open mic session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Floyd. If you're skipping the accolades, can I get one of those comment cards that said it was a great panel? Because the one that Chris got for the last panel. This is a policy-wonk stream. All of this it's only a half day, so I think we should just wrap up, and I feel like we just got to wrap up and go do it at this point. But what we heard today, we knew that the governor's 2030 climate goals and the transportation reduction goals were ambitious. What we heard today were that they're not just ambitious, but they're achievable. They will require unprecedented cooperation and creativity at all levels of government with the public and private sector, but they can be done. We have a lot underway, but we heard today that we need to redouble, triple our efforts in all legs of the stool. There should be a four-legged stool, right, Kate? We're going to have to change that. Oh, Kate, because we heard about vehicles, fuels, heavy duty, land use, and smart transportation. So what are the couple of major things I take away from this? We need to have a long-term horizon. We heard that a lot of technologies are just developing. Some may have short-term costs that outweigh their benefits but are necessary, indeed integral for our transformation. Some take a long time to get to commercialization. Some just take a long time to rebuild the infrastructure, whether or not we're trying to get back to the 1920s LA rail system or build high-speed rail. They take a long time to unfold. We need interim steps along the way. We need strong signals to the market and investors. We need stability, and we need policy stability and integrity. And I think the good news is that Governor Brown strongly endorses that view. He understands that what we're doing, what we're embarking on, is nothing less than the transformation of society itself. So it's very important that we stay the course and have long-term goals. We heard the need about carrots and sticks, and that's also an integral part of both our current mix of policies and regulations and the ones we're envisioning as we go forward. We heard the importance of information, how information and computers are rapidly accelerating technological advances, whether or not it's making our port supply chain smarter so that every port drayage driver can work for Uber now, or have autonomous vehicles, or better design of materials to use lighter technologies. Information is critical, and in that we will really need the private sector to take the lead, because we're not the best in government about doing that. We will have to rely on the ingenuity and creativity of the great thinkers and entrepreneurs we have in California. We also heard in the last panel the importance of an integrated and smart land use and transportation system. A lot of that's going to happen at the local level, but we need to promote active transportation. We need to promote affordable housing near transit. We need to promote high-speed rail. We need to promote the infrastructure. We need smart land use plans. A lot of that depends on local government. We at the state level will send important signals through our programs, some sticks, hopefully a lot of carrots, and some of the right policies. So those are some big lessons we're going to take away from today. This is just the start, as I think Richard Corey said and Floyd said early on. This is really the first opening act in what's going to be a much extended dialogue. It was necessarily high level. We wanted to hear from stakeholders. For those of you who haven't gotten enough, tomorrow we're going to talk about renewable electricity at another joint agency workshop. But going forward, we're engaging with the legislature on important legislative efforts this session, and of course beyond this session. As you heard, I think, from Floyd and Richard, the Air Resources Board is going to embark on an update to their scoping plan in the next few months, where we're going to drill down in great detail on many of these specifics. And a lot of the other agencies are going to continue with their own regulatory processes in many of these areas. So we look forward to working with all of you on that. We look forward to comments on this panel and others, because we really will need unprecedented cooperation, ingenuity, and efforts from all of us to reach these ambitious goals. So with that, I will thank everybody, and if I have the prerogative to close the session, Floyd, or do you want to say some more housekeeping?
I just have a couple more.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Cliff. So a couple of last housekeeping. Well, first of all, let me, that concludes the main part of the program. I want to thank all of our distinguished speakers. Really helpful insight. Again, this is part of a months-long, extensive, comprehensive process. Comments provided here, along with the written comments that you'll submit, if you, those of you who will submit some, and the comment cards, those will all be posted on our website. As Cliff noted, tomorrow the PUC and the Energy Commission will be holding their joint symposium here in this room starting at 9 o'clock on the 50% renewables. And after this, what I think we'll do is to give folks a chance to leave. Those who express a desire to have additional dialogue with us and additional questions and comments, ARB folks will still be here. We'll have mics. If we can reconvene in about 10 minutes, that'll let the folks who need to go leave the room, and then we could reconvene and have a smaller dialogue. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, got a lot. All right, why don't we go ahead and do the open mic session. So just so I can gauge how much time we need, can I see a show of hands to see who wants to speak? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'm counting 8 folks. All right, how about 5 minutes each? Would that work for you folks? So, you know, we're happy to stay here a little bit longer. I'd like to get people home. So why don't we do 5 minutes each? Let's see. You want to go? Well, he's bigger than me, so we'll start with him.
Thank you. I'm Colin Murphy with Next Gen Cloud America. I mostly wanted to contribute by announcing a research report that we are co-sponsoring with the Union of Concerned Scientists. ICF's doing the work, which is actually going to look at what it would take for California, Oregon, and Washington to achieve a 50% off oil goal by 2030. And so largely it's looking at a lot of the measures that were discussed today, putting them together in a modeling framework that allows us to evaluate different combinations and seeing sort of what baskets of technology and policy options would allow us to achieve that. We are most of the way through the research project, but we are always interested in any input that the community would like to offer. So feel free to find me and talk to me. I might not be able to stay till the end of the comment period if we're actually going to go for 40 full minutes, but feel free to come by and slip me a card in the next few minutes if you have any interest in discussing this. We're anticipating releasing the report probably early next month, so within 3, 4, or 5 weeks from now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's go with Paul over here.
Yes, thank you. Would like me to just stand here? Mm-hmm. Good. Yes, I'm Paul Webb, and I'm with the Carbon Recycling International. I'm a senior director there. And my comments today are also on behalf of the Methanol Institute. And I did want to briefly kind of commend the staff first for the workshop. We think this is an important opportunity. California has a tremendous history in establishing energy efficiency. Over 4 decades, we've had refrigerator standards, industrial combined heat and power standards, light fixtures, cogeneration, megawatts. It's time to take the next step on the next big step for energy efficiency. And we think that is utilizing fuels, particularly alcohol fuels, that have inherent properties that make them the most efficient liquid fuels. With that, we would be urging a serious consideration of enabling a wide-scale utilization of what we are saying is the intrinsically highest energy efficient clean liquid fuel. A flexible fuel vehicle that could run on methanol or ethanol as well as gasoline. It's a trivial conversion of maybe $100 to $200, essentially using 21st century flexible fuel technology. California has a history of innovation, but we've also learned that we can discern when we need to change course or adapt to certain new realities and make certain adjustments. We saw that with the 1990 ZEV rule. We saw that with the bus ZEV rule. We've seen it recently with the low carbon fuel standard time frame. And so we think it's very appropriate to re-examine the policies that integrate flexible fuel vehicles into the broader construct of the 50% target. There's a lot of new facts on the ground that I think need to be considered. The first is, of course, the depressing need for even more NOx and PM reductions for SIP compliance than were ever anticipated even several years ago. We now, in the case of our company, we are operating the world's first industrial scale CO2 refinery. We're also the world's largest renewable hydrogen producer. We're taking that carbon dioxide from a geothermal reservoir, reacting it with thousands of tons of hydrogen and producing thousands of tons of renewable methanol and selling that into Europe. And it happens to be the lowest carbon intensity fuel, I believe, in liquid form. It's 8 grams a megajoule. So that's certainly a new construct. We also have advanced engine technology, which has advanced substantially in the last 15 or 20 years since the first FFVs were on the street, which are now capable of taking advantage of these inherent energy efficiency advantages. The auto manufacturers are actively seeking high octane fuels that offer the potential for a lot of engine downsizing, higher compression ratio, leveraging of the latent heat properties, taking advantage of higher NOx tolerance, which these alcohols would accommodate, and even integrating them for maximum efficiency with PHEV architectures. So we think there would be a lot of benefits to opening up that architecture. In terms of air quality, there are inherent low NOx and PM potential of these fuels wedded to their technology, their engine optimization. There's, of course, toxic benefits in terms of the reductions of BTX, benzene, toluene, xylene. Even if you weighed in the impacts of aldehydes on a toxicity weighted basis, there's still very substantial toxicity advantages. And then perhaps most importantly, at least from our perspective, it opens up a very significant pathway for alcohol on alcohol competition, and particularly competition between advanced ethanol, which faces biofuel limits, along with renewable methanol, which is fully scalable and not subject to any biofuel limits. And I would refer you to the Lotus papers, SAE papers that describe what that biofuel limit is. But essentially, it's one that is circumscribed by indirect land use concerns, water use, fertilizer based on petroleum use, and aquifer overuse. So we think that a transition from fossil fuels along with renewable methanol combined with ethanol in what we call GEM FFVs would be an extremely appropriate strategy posture for the state. GEM fuels, of course, are gasoline, ethanol, and methanol in mixture. So I just wanted to summarize very briefly that we think that kind of architecture offers a lot of dexterity to engine designers. There's a huge consumer benefit to fuel-on-fuel competition. The transition from fossil methanol to renewable methanol is one that should be strongly encouraged, particularly if you think about valorizing CO2. There's a great importance of that because it's unlikely that at least nationally and perhaps globally, most certainly globally, that we will not be successful in placing a large carbon tax on carbon. And one other alternative is to have a pathway where you're constructing CO2 refineries that can then be in place sufficient in scale that makes the economics of decarbonizing the atmosphere feasible. But you got to start with that initial industrial base. We also think that, lastly, that there's some synergies with the evolving technology of methanol use in marine applications. I would suggest ARB look at the recent work of Wärtsilä and MAN, who are doing 4-stroke and 2-stroke engine development and applications in Stena. Stena is the world's largest ferry operator about to conduct some methanol demonstrations, which look very promising. So with that, I just want to conclude that this is really the time to re-examine our 20th century premises about methanol and bring them into the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. All right, and this is our copy for us to file. Okay, thank you. Who's next? We'll do Tom, and then is that Tiffany back there? And then after that, thank you.
Thank you, Floyd. My name is Tom Folks. I'm here today representing the Diesel Technology Forum. I will sit and read my statement, which will take much less of the allotted time, so I can turn that over to somebody else who wants to go home early. The DTF will be providing written comments by your deadline. They're quite extensive, have quite a lot of ideas. In brief, the DTF represents most major diesel makers, fuel makers, engine makers, after-treatment system makers. The heavy-duty diesel fleet consumes about 1/4 of petroleum-based transportation fuels, diesel powering about 98% of those vehicles. New technologies are literally on dealer lots today that couple impressive emissions reduction with fuel savings capabilities. We're about a year into the first ever rule for heavy-duty fuel economy that is expected to save about 530 million barrels of crude oil by 2018. California stands to benefit the most from the rule as it is home to the largest heavy-duty fleet. While existing and proven clean air fuel savings technology exists, California is not the leader or close to it when it comes to adopting the latest diesel technology, the 2010 engine compliant technology. About 120,500 or 13% of class 3 through 8 vehicles are powered by an engine that meets or exceeds the model year 2010 emission standard. Indiana exceeds California with a 38% take rate of 2010 emissions compliant vehicles or greater. So California is being beaten by Indiana in that regard. There you go. Similar technologies deployed with heavy-duty trucks are now, as of 2014, required of off-road equipment according to the Tier 4 rules. The CARA-MOIR program has been enormously successful in promoting the adoption of advanced technology. Yet the program should be amended to expand the eligibility requirements to include the latest clean air and fuel savings technologies. Right now, everything that can be hit with MOIR has been hit with MOIR that isn't regulated. So the MOIR program, is as great as it is running out of things to incent. And so we're suggesting that perhaps the parameters of the MOIR program be taken, having somebody take a look at them and expand things that are eligible for funding. Existing tax and incentive funding policies are at hand today to increase the take rate of 2010 emissions engines in California. One-time depreciation for the purchase of a new vehicle or a waiver or partial waiver of sales taxes for the purchase of new vehicles could go a long way to turn over the heavy-duty fleet for new technology. While the ARB and CEC funding has been provided to new or emerging technologies, none of them has been provided to the adoption of new proven technology that would provide immediate term air quality benefits while also putting the state on a faster path to realize its petroleum reduction goals. So a lot of attention is placed on future stuff, and you can get a lot of really good air quality benefits from those things when they come. But right now, good old-fashioned 2010 emissions compliant diesel engines can reduce your fuel consumption, give you a lot of co-benefits. It just needs the buyers need help turning over the old fleet. And so we're here to say, if you combine that with the use of advanced clean biofuels, modernize the diesel engine fleet that's on the road right now, you can do a lot immediately to reduce fuel consumption and get attendant co-benefits with greenhouse gases and with NOx and PM. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Okay, Tiffany, then Jerry Lynn, and we'll go here and then you.
Great, thank you. My name is Tiffany Roberts. I'm the Director of Fuels and Climate Policy for Western States Petroleum Association. And thanks to ARB for allowing us to make public comments today. My comments are going to center on a study that's being released by the Los Angeles Economic Development Corporation tomorrow. And the LAEDC looked at the linkages between leading industries in California and access to petroleum products that are used as a fundamental component of their business processes. And what the study found was that there are some industries in the state that have a lot of vulnerability to this type of policy in terms of a petroleum reduction goal. The greatest vulnerabilities exist in manufacturing, in the transportation industry, as well as the agriculture industry. And the study found that these industries would be put at risk in the face of this type of policy. The industries represent roughly 11.1% of California jobs, as well as 14.4% of state GDP. And so we would just say that as California hopes to remain competitive in the global economy, we've got to find innovative solutions to climate change that don't endanger such a wide swath of the state's jobs and economic activity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Geraldine next.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Geraldine Lopez Mendoza with the Southern California Gas Company. A couple of things. One is, today's the goal of today's symposium was to address the governor's goals and objectives as they relate to climate change, as embodied in his recent executive order. And one of them has to do with petroleum reduction by 50% by 2030 or 2030. And then the other has to do with, obviously, reduction of greenhouse gases ongoing. Our main focus has recently been heavy-duty trucks. And when I say heavy-duty trucks, I mean Class 7 and 8 tractor-trailer trucks, also defined as trucks over 26,000 pounds and more. And I want to make a point and then make a request. The point is, when I look at information that was shared by ARB staff last September as a wrap-up to their truck technology assessment, and this was a public workshop, there was a PowerPoint presentation, and slide 19 of that PowerPoint presentation sets forth the different zero-emission options with Class 7 and 8 tractors on the road. So we're talking about drayage trucks. And from our viewing of the slide, there's a green bar for hybrids, which I assume is electric diesel hybrids, that looks like they will be ready for a potential pilot deployment around 2030 through 2035. So that's not early commercialization. It's potential pilot deployment as defined in the slide. There's also a purple bar relating to fuel cells, showing that fuel cells would be available for potential pilot deployment in the Class 7 and 8 sector starting around 2040 and extending into the 2050 timeline. There is a blue bar that is supposed to indicate battery electric vehicles. There is no bar in the Class 7 and 8 over-the-road section for battery electric. And when we questioned staff about that back in September, they said there was no bar for battery electric potential climate deployments in Class 7 and 8 tractor trucks because they didn't have any in the pipeline that seemed to be ready. The reason I raise this is because I believe this particular sector is in desperate need of new technology, of reduced greenhouse gas and criteria pollutants. And when I look at what is available according to ARB staff's analysis for potential pilot deployments, we're looking at 2030 at the earliest for hybrids, at 2040 at the earliest for fuel cells, and not enough data to even create a bar for battery electric in the Class 7 and 8 tractor trailer market. This is also an area where compressed and liquefied natural gas trucks have made great inroads. I could point to the clean truck program that Mike Christensen referred to earlier today at the ports that had been very successful in reducing criteria pollutants. But there also is a greenhouse gas benefit. According to the most recent numbers issued by the GREET 2.0 model of LCFS that's going to be approved this month, the carbon intensity of diesel is 102.01, fossil LNG is 93.92, and fossil CNG is 87.02. So even if we don't look at renewable natural gas, there is an 8 to 15% lower carbon intensity if you use liquefied natural gas trucks or CNG trucks, 8 to 15% of a lower CI. There is a greenhouse gas benefit there. We're participating in the low carbon fuel standard because we recognize we're a low carbon fuel. It may not be as low as folks want, but we are a low carbon fuel. So there is a greenhouse gas benefit. There's a side benefit with respect to NOx as it relates to smog. There's a side benefit as it relates to reducing particulate matter as a cancer risk. All that is to say, in terms of the governor's goals, my request is, because I didn't hear a rigorous discussion of how natural gas trucks can be part of a solution. It was referenced in passing by Jamie Hall. It was referenced in passing by one of the other, Mr. Summerfield. What my request is if the ARB is going to be primarily looking at electric battery vehicles and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles and other non-emission vehicles in the passenger sector and the light duty and medium sector to meet its petroleum goals and its GHG goals, I think the public would like to know and need to know what percentage of those sectors would have to be zero emission to meet the petroleum reduction in GHG goals by 50% by 2030. And the reason, again, I'm pointing to that is because we've not made great efforts to get funding for deployment of LNG and CNG trucks, even though they are a lower carbon fuel, even though they have other side benefits that would directly benefit disadvantaged communities that live in the freight corridors throughout the state. So my question then is, if heavy duty trucks are not going to be part of the option because in zero emissions they're not available and we're being ignored as a potential part of the solution in the CNG and LNG heavy duty trucks, then what is ARB looking to as the market penetration for passenger vehicles and light and medium duty vehicles to make up that 50% goal reduction in petroleum and in GHGs?
Great.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Who else? Up front here. And one in the back. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Cleve Livingston, and I'm here today representing the Fuel Freedom Foundation. And we have some written comments to submit, and if you'll indulge me, I'd like to read those into the record. The Fuel Freedom Foundation is a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 organization that is based in Irvine, California. It was founded to promote cleaner and cheaper fuels for passenger cars and light-duty trucks. One of our most important goals is to reduce U.S. petroleum consumption, and as a result, we're very interested in doing whatever we can to support the 50% petroleum reduction objective that is the subject of today's symposium. Although we are fuel agnostic, we've identified alcohol fuels, particularly ethanol today and methanol in the future, as alternatives to gasoline that can be produced, distributed, and retailed at prices much less than gasoline. And we think this price advantage is a very important factor in terms of the selection of alternatives to petroleum products. Less expensive fuels at the pump are necessary for consumer adoption, but these fuels, it's important to note, must also be coupled with more affordable vehicle technologies like flexible fuel vehicles that achieve low emissions and high efficiency. And here I'm echoing some of the comments you heard earlier from Paul. Fuel Freedom is focusing on high-level ethanol blends today, since there are 17 million flexible fuel vehicles in the U.S. fleet, and there are a small but growing number of E85 fueling stations, particularly in California. Ethanol today is mostly produced from corn, as you know, but several companies are investing significant resources in ethanol production from natural gas. And we think this is a technology that has a great future. Cellulosic renewable technologies are also being developed. E85 is now being successfully retailed in several markets in Texas, and Fuel Freedom is working with 3 states, those are Utah, Colorado, and Pennsylvania, to replicate this success. Current E85 flexible fuel vehicles are slightly more efficient on ethanol than gasoline, since the vehicle's calibration can take advantage of the higher octane. But it's important to note that future vehicles can be designed to take advantage, more advantage of alcohol fuels by increasing engine compression ratio and coupling that with direct injection, turbocharging, downsizing, and down speeding. And here, just as an aside, one of the things that I think ARB might take a little bit closer look at is the relationship between the 2 legs to the stool, the vehicle technology and the clean fuels, because one of the advantages of alcohol-based fuels is that they have this higher octane content, which allows it actually fosters and facilitates the development of technologies that can also be very effective in terms of reducing petroleum use and greenhouse gas reductions as well. The technologies that I'm referring to will substantially increase ICE efficiency and miles per gallon performance. Adding vehicle electrification, start-stop, hybridization, and ultimately plug-in hybridization can achieve California's 2050 goals of 80% reduction in GHG emissions. Another point that I think it's important to consider is that these alcohol-based fuels can serve as a bridge to the zero-emission or near-zero emission technologies. Increasing vehicle electrification will also reduce costs, making electric vehicles more competitive in the future. Current E85 flexible fuel vehicles have also achieved lower NOx, PM, and toxic emissions compared to gasoline vehicles. Future high-efficiency vehicles using alcohol can be designed to further minimize these emissions. And these reductions are needed now to meet ozone and PM attainment standards and to protect the public health. Finally, based on the environmental and petroleum reduction benefits of alcohol fuels, Fuel Freedom recommends that ARB consider alcohol fuel technologies as possible pathways to achieving California's goals of ozone and PM attainment, lowering toxic emissions for motor vehicles, displacing petroleum, and substantially lowering the GHG impact of light-duty vehicles. It can be a very effective tool in ARB's toolbox. Alcohol fuel technologies have the potential to achieve these benefits at lower costs than other alternatives, and therefore the potential to be adopted in the marketplace at significant volumes. We think this is particularly important. Specifically, Fuel Freedom recommends that ARB integrate alcohol fuel technologies into ARB's existing policies, including the low carbon fuel standard, the vehicle emission standard, the state implementation plan, and the upcoming update of the GHG reduction scoping plan. So in closing, I'd only like to add that if ARB would like to discuss any of these ideas that I've shared this afternoon, we'd welcome the opportunity to work very closely with you to explore the ways in which alcohol-based fuels can contribute to reductions in petroleum consumption. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. Just one clarification. When you said 17 million FFVs, you're talking about national numbers, right? Okay.
Correct.
Do you have a number for California? I haven't looked that up in a while. So, all right. So we have one comment. Okay, so two last comments, one in the back and one in the front here.
Hear me? I just have a quick comment.
Your name?
Just a second. I have a quick comment. I just want to say that it's directed not to the panel, but to the ARB. My name is Billy Sisakamus, and on behalf of PolicyLink and Safe Routes to Schools National Partnership,
Okay,
and as members,
can I ask you to speak closer to the mic? I can barely hear you. Yeah.
hello? So my comment's directed not to the panel, but to the ARB. My name is Billy Sisakamus, and on behalf of PolicyLink and Safe Routes to School National Partnership, and as members of the Coalition for Active Transportation Leadership, I just want to say that we appreciate this public workshop on rethinking transportation in California, including this panel on smart growth and transportation choices. However, in the future, we hope that public workshops will have a greater attention to supporting transit, walking, and biking as key GHG reduction strategies, and that we hope there will be a greater focus and deeper discussion on ensuring equities at the center of our transportation and climate policies in order to address the mobility and safety needs of low-income communities and communities of color in urban and rural regions of our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, last set of comments here.
I'm not sure if it's save the best for last or save the worst for last. I'm Sean Edgar. I'm the director of CleanFleets.net here in Sacramento. A couple of comments on format and then on content. On format, it was laudable of ARB staff to make it kind of big tent. I'll say big tent with regard to breaking it apart in different compartments and then having folks that have subject matter expertise in each one of those departments. So that's a good on the format side. Just a couple observations. There were very few implementers. And when I say implementers, I mean the folks that actually need to build the technology and the folks that are actually expected to use the technology. So somewhat, I don't know if it's unique. I saw very few people that are fleet operators or owners, such as the group that we work for. And so if transportation emissions are 40% of the pie, I would expect, and maybe in future events you can include more of the fleet operators and more folks who are what I'll say the implementers. It was a nice policy discussion today, but ultimately people have to implement, and it'd be great to go a little bit bigger tent and include folks to implement. Just before I get off of the format, the other format would be, you know, we're very late in the day, the comments, so it's nice speaking to a handful of folks in the room, but the comments, I think, to be big tent would be much more valuable when you have the room full of folks instead of leaving it to the very end of the day. I think when you made a break there at the end, most of the folks made a break, and so it just has less value for those of us that want to stick in toward the end. Having said that, I'm going to pick up on touch on a few points that you already heard. Geraldine made some good points about Class 7 and 8 vehicles. Legislature, in the context of greenhouse gas reduction funds, told ARB staff to make a big difference in disadvantaged communities with heavy-duty vehicles. Those are Class 7 or 8 heavy-duty vehicles traveling in disadvantaged communities. For the last 6 months, I've been up in front of the board on 4 occasions in the last 6 months talking about RNG. So on the content side, in passing, Professor Somerville talked briefly about biogas incentives that are needed, and we heard very little other regarding either compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, or renewable natural gas. So just to clarify, Mr. Webben in his new capacity, and I'm so used to seeing him down in AQMD over the years that I'll draw from his comments on liquid fuels over to gaseous fuels. So for Class 7 and 8, your staff, along with UC Davis, has verified carbon negative operations from renewable natural gas from HSAD, high solids anaerobic digestion. Mm-hmm. Your short-lived climate pollutants plan talked about the need to near-term reduce black carbon emissions, and every parameter that I see from your technology and fuels pathway assessment to your sustainable freight strategy to your staff that's working on the GGRF, I saw a smattering of those folks in the room today,
but if you really want to be big tent and make a what I would say a bang out of this, folks, I would have senior managers from each one of those efforts clued into these future meetings, because I saw very few of them sitting in the room today, because the big word I heard was collaboration. So the last 6 months, we've spent a coalition of folks concerned about renewable natural gas have made the business case. We've put together a modest plan to be able to whack out 7,000 diesel vehicles that are running in environmental justice communities every week. And so we're hopeful that we'll be able to renew that dialogue, because in the context of the different efforts that I see, if you want big wheel coordination, then all the folks, all the stops on the wheel should probably be here in the room. I came, I saw, I participated, but I just didn't get a warm and fuzzy that all the actors who are needed are really here today. So I'm praiseworthy of your efforts to put it together today, but if you would consider my comments on the format, that would be great. And with regard to content, I'll stand by, similar to Mr. Webbin's comment on liquid fuels. We have, with our RNG projects, that you can see one in Sacramento today. You can go to South San Francisco tomorrow and see another one. You can drive down to Paris and Riverside County and see a third one later in the week. All of these projects are delivering carbon negative fleet operations in environmental justice communities today. They're cost effective. It's with today's technology. It's heavy duty vehicles. It's not a pie in the sky. It's happening, but for a little bit of incentive and push and policy understanding. So with that, I'll cede the microphone, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Let me just respond real quickly to that. Couple of things. One is we are very bullish on renewable natural gas. It scores, as you noted, very well on carbon intensity in our low carbon fuel standard. We've seen a quadrupling of the volumes of that through our program over the last couple of years, and we expect that to quadruple again in the next few years. So, that is, to us a win-win sort of fuel. Of course, we'd be happy to talk to you about how do we further accelerate the development and production of that. On the on the comments on the format, this is just the nature of the beast. I mean, the high level aspect of this is such that we can't reach that level that you would prefer to see. Having said that, like we said before, this is the initial part of the process. We anticipate much more topic-focused individual workshops to discuss these aspects of the challenge that we're facing. Fully expect much more detailed public meetings, individual meetings to discuss things like how do we get renewable natural gas, how do we do renewable hydrogen, how do we incent low carbon liquid biofuels, all of those things. Those are all on the plate. Those are all worthy of discussion, and they all feed into the scoping plan that we're planning to have. So I would encourage you to continue participating. You mentioned a number of stakeholders and implementers. We are definitely interested in getting those from you. If you have suggested parties that you would like to see in these discussions that are for some reason are not on our listserv, please send me or any of my staff suggested contacts. We'd be happy to put them on our listserv. You might want to give them a heads up so they don't put us in their junk filters. So, with that, anybody else have any comments? And if there aren't any, I really thank you for staying a little bit longer. Really appreciate the comments. Again, we are going to put these on our website, and we're going to keep referring to these and going back to them as we go through these process because it is supposed to inform the whole thing. So much appreciated. Thank you for your patience. Have a nice day, and stay cool. Thank you.